What is up, everybody? How are we doing tonight? Yes. All right, we're going to start the first double case team random in about 5 minutes. So get that bad boy all set up and ready to rock and roll, and then start off our Carnage night. Huge day, I agree. It's going to be a fun one. All right. The gold 101 Schaefer's in one of those boxes. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? Well, that's it. We're going to start the first dual caser. You're here, but you don't remember what boxes you're in. You can always go to your order history, by the way. That should help you out. You can literally click on My Account on the top right, click on Orders, and then you can look at your orders. It's so long. That's true. All right, so I'm going to get the randoms ready for the first break, and then we'll crush out the first multi-caser. So good luck, everyone. Here we go. 24,940. 3 times. 1, 2, big 3. 1, 2, 3. And there you go. Make sure I'm turned around. I am. Did it?
You pass me a pen.
Why would you do?
The thing broke off, and then it closed itself down. So
Eric's breaking stuff already, guys. All right. Well, this is going to be the fun. We're going to bang out 2 of these in a row, ideally. And then the B team's going to come in after us, so. Huh? Ask Ashley, she knows. You guys are the B. All right, so good luck, ladies and gentlemen. Eric's going to crush a case. I'm going to crush a case. I'm going to crush Eric. And then we'll go from there. All right, 24,000. Here we go, guys. 24,940. We've got a case each of 25, 26. Series 2. Step off the bed. My knees. It's like... Alright, let's see how this goes. First one to officially name a Schaefer wins. No, you gotta show it. Look at all the goodness. I agree. Again, the first few I'll show you a little closer, guys, to make sure. So again, canvases. We know we've seen these before. Series 1 style. Bertuzzi, Chicago. Sizzle Reel, Mishkov. For the Flyers. Again, the first few I will show you nice and slow. And a Nikishin for the Hurricanes. Young Guns. Alright, so what I'll start doing is I'll show you anything that's new that we haven't seen. This is new, and I win already. Fluorescence for the Islanders of Schaefer. Look at that start. Islanders already landing a fluorescence Schaefer. That's pretty sweet, actually. I like those. That's a red variant, obviously. Let Them Cook of Barkov.
Yeah, they're on my desk.
Florida. And a glow up of Sanderson for Ottawa. Glow up. All right, we've got a deluxe number to 250 of Dre Seidel for the Oilers. So again, just going to show you guys all the inserts. First, encore of Kyle Connor for the Jets. We got a glow up of Protas for the Caps. And a Young Guns of Gritziak for the Devils. Encore blue of Matthews for the Leafs. We've got a Veering for Ottawa. That's cool. Of Olmark. Veering. Slaps of Cider. Slaps Eric. All right. We've got a Boomtown Sparkle of Jack Eye. Boomtown. Well, that's a good start. We've got... How do you pronounce that one? IYKYK? If you know, you know. I guess what it is. I guess we're just going to call it If You Know, You Know. We'll see if Ashley can pick that one up. That's Blue Jackets. And a Program of Excellence of Sam Reinhart for... That would be Buffalo, I believe, right, Eric? Program?
Yeah.
So that's a Buffalo Sabres Program of Excellence.
What were we racing to?
I already got the first Schaefer. You did not get a better one than me.
Yeah.
Sizzle Reel of Robert Thomas for the Blues. Portraits of Eichel for Vegas. And I got a Young Guns of Tusky. I got a Young Guns of Tusky for Utah. That's cool. I definitely win now. Tusky. Dazzler's Hellebuck for the Jets. Encore of DeBrusque for the Canucks. And a Sveshnikov Boomtown for Carolina. We got a... Was that Vibing? Did I say Veering? Vibing of Bennington. I said Veering the first time. I guess Veering for a goalie probably wouldn't be very good. Slaps of Easton Cowan for the Leafs. And a Simashev for Utah Young Guns. That's funny. We got a Vibing Sparkle of Sorokin for the Islanders. Encore Matthews for the Maple Leafs. And a portrait of Perek for the Calgary Flames. Canvas of Taylor Hall for Carolina. If you know, you know. Rontanen for the Stars. And a James for the Tampa Bay Lightning Young Guns. Vibing of Ottinger for Dallas. We got a portrait of Ottinger for Dallas. And a McLeod Outburst Silver for the Buffalo Sabres. Encore of Kopitar for LA. Canvas of Shabbat for Ottawa. And a Young Guns of Green for Chicago. Alright. Nice little program. Tusky. Schaefer. Do you know who I didn't get? Scarrick. Huh?
Good young gun.
We've got a Day with the Cup for the Florida Panthers of Seth Jones. That's a good start. Florida Panthers, Seth Jones. Sizzle Reel of Lafreniere for the Rangers. And a Slaps of Gudis for Anaheim. Vibing of Merzlikins for the Jackets. Campe for LA Portraits. And a Bruce DeWitch Young Guns for the Calgary Flames. We got a deluxe. Oh, that's a really good one. A deluxe Young Guns numbered to 250 for the Penguins of Kendall. That's going to be a good one. A Young Guns Deluxe Kendall for Pittsburgh. I highly recommend getting that one graded, whoever got it. Congratulations. Encore Hannafin for Vegas. And a Boomtown of Alexiak for Seattle. And a Young Guns for Nashville of Ufko. Dazzlers of Dickinson for San Jose. We got an Encore for Anaheim McTavish. And a Glow Up of Skinner for the Oilers. Slap Sparkle of Perek for Calgary. We got our first Young Guns canvas of Sandin Pellikka. We got a Sizzle Reel of Merzlikins for the Jackets. Canvas of Marchesso for Nashville. Sizzle Reel of Toffoli for the Sharks. And a Young Guns, is it height or hot? Do you know from Minnesota? I want to say hot. Oh, is it height? Let Them Cook for Seattle of Keller. Slaps of Parayko for the Blues. And a Kindle Young Guns for the Penguins. Let Them Cook of Makar for the Avs. A Glow Up of DeBrusque for Vancouver. And a Young Gun, a Outburst Silver of Shea for Pittsburgh. Outburst Silver. Encore Suzuki Montreal. Canvas of McDavid for the Oilers. Fensor Young Guns for Carolina. Vibing Sparkle, Merzlikins for the Jackets, Edvinsson Encore for the Red Wings, and a glow up of Holloway for the St. Louis Blues. Canvas of Chychrun for the Caps, Vibing of Wolf for Calgary, and a Farinacci for Boston Young Guns. Fluorescent of Booyam for Minnesota. A JT Miller, if you know, you know. And a Nikishin Portraits for the Carolina Hurricanes. If you know, you know. Do you think they will know how to pronounce that insert? Or do you think they're going to be like, Aya kick? Aya kick. We've got number to 199. We got a Boomtown of Sherwood for the Vancouver Canucks. Sizzle of Malkin for the Penguins. And a Slaps of Dickinson for the Sharks. We got a Let Them Cook of Quinn Hughes for Vancouver. Raquel for the Penguins Glow Up. And a Douglas Young Guns for Tampa. Dazzlers for Florida of Rodriguez. Encore of Markstrom for New Jersey. And a glow up for Carolina of Jarvis. Slap Sparkle of Bouchard for the Oilers. Young Guns Canvas for the Rangers of Laba. And a Vibing of Kemper for LA. And Ashley. Eric thinks there's an insert that you won't know about. Canvas of Middlestad for Boston. Sizzle Reel of Thompson for Buffalo. You got to look at it over here.
You just let them struggle.
And a Young Guns of Easton Cowan for the Maple Leafs. You want to see if you know what it is? No. Sizzle Reel of Kaprizov for Minnesota. Slaps of Stamkos for Nashville. And a Dickinson for San Jose.
Don't walk away with it.
Yeah, don't walk away with it.
You know.
Oh, okay.
If you know, you know. I'm with the kid. That's what I'm with it.
Let Them Cook Sparkle of Keller for Utah. Encore of Askarov for San Jose. And a Beckett Seneca for the Ducks. Portraits. You're what? Let Them Cook of McKinnon for the Avs. Laurie, Outburst Silver for Winnipeg, and a Portrait of Gensel for Pittsburgh or for Tampa. We have that on camera now. No. Devils Luke Hughes Canvas. If you know, you know. Makar for the Avs, and an Amod for Avalanche Young Guns. Encore, Brady Martin for Nashville, Farabee for Calgary Canvas, and Kudravtsov for Vancouver. It's Jeff and Eric. I know, number one team, I agree. We got a black and white canvas of Batherson for Ottawa. We got a Vibing of Gustafson for Minnesota and a Boomtown Sherwood for Vancouver. Kung, we are number one team, are we not? Encore of Connor McMichael for Washington. Snuggerud Portraits for the Blues. And an Otavainen for the Seattle Kraken. He said, I wouldn't say that.
Wow.
But awesome having this. Well, you know what? Thanks, Kung. Don't worry, the B team's coming up later. We got a canvas of Ryan O'Reilly for Nashville, a vibing of Askarov for San Jose, and for the Oilers, Thomas Sick, Young Guns. We've got a very nice card, a Young Guns clear cut of Booyam. Minnesota, Young Guns clear cut Booyam. Sizzle for Vegas of Hurdle, and a portrait of Kaprizov for Minnesota. We've got a Coco for Seattle Encore. Boom Town of Jack Eye for Montreal. And a Nikishin Young Guns for Carolina. Huh?
A bit of foreshadowing.
Ooh. We got a portrait sparkle of Crosby. We got a sizzle of Wolf for Calgary. And a program of excellence, Matthew Wood. Was he drafted by the same team? Wood?
Nashville.
Yeah. But he was drafted by Nashville?
Yeah.
Matthew Wood. POE. We've got a population count 100. Nathan McKinnon for the Avalanche. McKinnon, Colorado. If you know, you know. Sam Reinhart. And a Slaps of Pedersen for Vancouver. I have to post another 2-caser. Do I? Vibing of Bobrovsky for Florida. Oliver Moore, portraits for Chicago. And a height or hot Young Guns. We'll go with height. Young Guns for Minnesota.
It might not be height. I was thinking
Oh my gosh, Eric's wrong again, guys. Let Them Cook of Eichel for Vegas. Slaps of Perek for Calgary. And a Nygaard for the Red Wings at Young Guns.
It's another player that's Heidt.
Oh. Dazzlers of Olmark for Ottawa. Beckett Seneca for Anaheim Encore. And a glow up of Sorelli for Tampa. Ash, can you look up how you say that guy's name, the Minnesota guy? H-A-I-G-H-T. Is it height or hot?
Height.
Or hate. Sizzle Real Sparkle Merzlikins for the Jackets. Colton Dock Encore for Chicago. And a glow up of Strome for the Caps. Canvas for Dallas of Sagan. Sizzle of Draisaitl for the Oilers. And a Coots Young Guns for Vancouver. Well, I think we have some, what do you call it? We have some team selects. Young Guns Outburst Silver for the Carolina Hurricanes of Lego. Hate? Oh, wow. Let Them Cook of Ovechkin for the Capitals. And a Marchenko for the Jackets blow up. Encore of Verhaeghe for Florida. Canvas of Falk for the Blues. And a Laba for the Rangers Young Guns. Apparently it's hate. Interesting. Yeah, I'll say we have the oh, I guess is that new? Whatever that is. That just got posted. Canvas for Tampa Bay of Nick Paul. If you know, you know. Draisaitl for the Oilers. And a Howard Young Guns for the Oilers. We got a clear-cut base of McLeod for Buffalo. Vibing of Urson for Philly. Boomtown of Cider for the Red Wings. Population count 500. Dvorsky for the Blues. Encore Kaprizov for Minnesota. And a portrait of Nico Hischier for the New Jersey Devils. Encore blue of Simashev for Utah. Sizzle of Hagel for the Tampa Bay Lightning. And an Ovechkin slaps for Washington. Glow Up Sparkle for Washington of Strome. Well, nice. Young Guns Canvas for Montreal. Demidov. This has been a hell of a case so far. And it's still got halfway to go. Demidov. Young Guns Canvas. Highly recommend getting that one graded. Again, guys, we send them out pretty much right away, and you should get them back very quickly. Vibing of Sorokin for the Islanders, and that's a base card. So if you guys want to do the checkouts, I would get them done. Sizzle Reel of Omark for Ottawa, Slaps of Pelika for Detroit, and a Brady Martin for Nashville Young Guns.
Maybe wait a minute on that one specifically.
Huh?
Maybe wait a minute on that one specifically. But,
What's that?
you might need 2 gradings.
Okay. Let Them Cook of Matthews for the Leafs. Tip It Glow Up for Philly. And an Emod for the Avalanche. You heard the man. Do they have a slaps for Greg? Yeah. Sizzle Reel Sparkle to Foley for the Sharks. Encore of Tanev for the Maple Leafs. Portraits of Renzel for the Chicago Blackhawks. Dazzlers for Washington of Thompson. Encore of Jack Hughes for the Devils. Glow Up of Marshment for Seattle. Canvas for the Dallas Stars of Wyatt Johnston. Sizzle Reel of Fogle for the Kings. And a Young Guns of Mueller for Vancouver. Yeah, it is Mueller. Let Them Cook of Jack Hughes for the Devils. Outburst Silver for the Ottawa Senators of Cleveland. And a portrait of McKinnon for Colorado. We got an encore of Cooley for the Rangers. Canvas of Uyghur for Calgary. Kaplan, Young Guns for Philadelphia. A slaps for Ridley Gray. That's funny. Actually, that's only... I still have half a case left. My gosh. Not even halfway done this case, and I think I've done pretty damn good already. Kindle Young Gun Deluxe, Booyum Clear Cut, Demidov Canvas Young Guns, Schaefer Fluorescence, Canvas for Buffalo of Tuck, Sizzle of Broberg for the Blues, and a Young Guns for the Islanders of Warren. We got a black and white canvas for Nashville of Forsberg. Let Them Cook of Rontanen for Dallas. Glow Up for Utah of Gunther. We got a Glow Up Sparkle of Casper for the Red Wings. Canvas Young Guns for the Boston Bruins of Duran. And we got an Aho for Carolina. Sizzle Reel. Encore of Lafreniere for the Rangers. Eklund Glow Up for the Sharks. And a Brunicki for the Pittsburgh Penguins Young Guns. Sorry. Vibing of Saros for the Preds. Slaps of Cowan for... Sorry, that's not Cowan. Hedman for Tampa. And a Kaplan Young Guns for the Philadelphia Flyers. Dazzlers Pink Variant Vasilevsky for Tampa. Vibing of Dostal for the Ducks. And a Slaps of Matthews for the Maple Leafs. Sizzle Reel Sparkle of Chychrun for the Caps. Encore of Lund for San Jose. Portrait of McDavid for the Oilers. Sizzle of Point for Tampa. Camel for Nashville Young Guns. Or sorry, Portraits. And a Nystrom for Carolina Young Guns. Canvas of McKinnon for the Avs. If you know, you know. Winnipeg Jets. Kindle Young Guns for the Penguins. Dazzlers for Florida, Bobrovsky. Encore of Neighbors for the Blues. Boomtown Pospisil for Calgary. We got a Vibing of Luukkonen for Buffalo. Outburst Silver, Texier for the Blues. And a Portrait, Matthew Schaefer for the Islanders. Encore Rinzel for Chicago. Canvas of Cutter Gauthier for Anaheim. And a Young Guns Tusky for the Utah Mammoth. Also, guys, any other breaks you guys fill up today, they will go. So make sure you guys join them so we can just keep this breaking go. We have both the double casers going first. And then we'll go into the single casers. But obviously anything else you guys do fill, they will go. Canvas of Knives for the Leafs. Sizzle of Hughes for the Devils. And our Young Guns, the duos Young Guns of Schaefer and Gatcomb for the Islanders. It's a great photo. Fluorescence of Doc. Red fluorescence for Chicago. Vibing of Stolars for the Maple Leafs. And a Raymond Portraits for the Red Wings. We've got a Boomtown Sparkle for the Ottawa Senators of Tkachuk. Young Guns Canvas, Brunicki for Pittsburgh. And a Vibing of Demko for Vancouver. Encore for Nashville Weisblatt. Joey Decord for Seattle Glow Up. And a Green Young Guns for Chicago. If you know, you know. Marchand for Florida. Slaps of Rantanen for Dallas. And a Young Guns of Dastos for Tampa. Dastos. Deluxe number to 250 for the Ottawa Senators of Cousins. Sizzle Reel of Line for Montreal. And a Slaps of Tage Thompson for Buffalo. Let Them Cook of Caulfield, Montreal. Glow Up of Stolars for the Maple Leafs. And a Williams for the Blue Jackets, Young Guns. Dazzlers of Rinzel for Chicago. Larkin Encore for the Red Wings. And a Brady Martin Portraits for the Nashville Predators. Vibing Sparkle of Wolf for Calgary. Encore of Dickinson for San Jose. Boomtown of Domi for the Maple Leafs. Canvas of Cider for the Red Wings. Vibing of Skinner for the Oilers. And a Young Guns, Matthew Schaefer. There we go. Absolutely recommend getting that bad boy graded. Congrats, the Islanders. No shocker. We knew it was there. If you know, you know. Sherwood for Vancouver. Boomtown of Gudis for Anaheim. And a Calgary Outburst Silver of Huberdeau. First Young Gun Schaefer, yeah. Encore of Rantanen for Dallas. We got a canvas of Hughes for Vancouver. And a Shabanov Young Guns for the Islanders. Shabanov. We've got an Encore Blue of Kyle Connor for the Jets, a Vibing of Joey Decord for Seattle, and a Slaps of Line for the Montreal Canadiens. If you know, you know. Landeskog for the Avs, Boomtown of McBain for Winnipeg, and a Warren Young Guns for the Islanders. Dazzlers of Beckett Seneca for the Anaheim Ducks. Encore of Dubois for Washington. And a portrait for the Islanders of Horvat. We got a slap sparkle of Pettersson for Vancouver. Young Guns canvas for Carolina of Nikishin. And a sizzle reel of Knight for the Blackhawks. We got a canvas for Utah of Gunther. We got a Hellebuck sizzle for Winnipeg. And we got a Douglas Young Guns for Tampa. We got to Let Them Cook, Kaprizov for Minnesota. Slaps of Draisaitl for the Oilers. And an Easton Cowan Young Guns for the Maple Leafs. Outburst Silver Young Guns for the Vegas Golden Knights of Lindbaum. Lindbaum for the Vegas Golden Knights. Vibing of Swayman for Boston and a glow up for the Devils, Nico Hischier. Encore of Barzal for the Islanders. Canvas of Ricard Raquel for Pittsburgh. And a Lego for the Carolina Hurricanes Young Guns. Sizzle Reel Sparkle Olmark for Ottawa. Brock Nelson for the Avs Encore. Glow up of Kent Johnson for the Blue Jackets. Canvas of Boldy for Minnesota. Sizzle Reel of McDavid for the Oilers. And a Finney Young Guns for the Red Wings. We've got a clear cut base of Lundell for Florida. Let Them Cook of Pasternak for Boston. And a glow up of Hagel for Tampa. Population count 1,000. Miro Heiskanen for Dallas. Encore of Gunther for Utah. And an Easton Cowan for the Maple Leafs. Portraits. You feel attacked with your Bedard PSA 10? There is a lot of those out there. We've got an Encore Blue of Casper for the Red Wings. Sizzle of Nichushkin for Avalanche. And a Slaps of Beckett Seneca for the Anaheim Ducks. We got a Let Them Cook of Kachuk for Ottawa. Glow Up of Byfield for LA. And a Young Guns for the Islanders of Lennox. Dazzlers of Bouillon for Minnesota. Simashev for Encore for Utah. Bobrovsky for Florida Portraits. Kaprizov Portraits Sparkle for Minnesota. Canvas Lundell for Florida. And a Vibing of Vasilevsky for Tampa. I feel like Florida's got a lot of cards in this. Or at least I'm hitting a lot of Florida. Canvas of Fiala for LA. A Vibing of Hellebuck for the Jets. And a Williams Young Guns for the Blue Jackets. Yeah, that game was crazy last night. If you know, you know. Crosby. We got a Pasternak for Boston Slaps. And a Coots Young Guns for Vancouver. Sizzle Reel of Gunther for the Utah. Delorier for the Flyers Boomtown. Outburst Silver Seth Jones for Florida. Let Them Cook Sparkle, Makar for the Avs. Encore of Falk for the Blues. And a Boomtown of Mathieu Olivier for the Blue Jackets. Encore Casper for the Red Wings. Canvas of Rodriguez for Panthers. Shabanov Young Guns for the Islanders. We got a canvas of Fox for the Rangers. Sizzle of Toronto for Anaheim. And a Kudravtsevkov for Vancouver. No idea how to say that one. We got a retired canvas black and white variant of Langway for Washington, Vibing Shesterkin for the Rangers, and a Gunther for Utah portraits. We got a sizzle reel numbered to 199 of Hughes for the Devils, DeMello Encore for Winnipeg, Glow Up Robert Thomas for the Blues, and a Yurov Young Guns for Minnesota. Yurov. All right, almost done the first half of my case, and then I got to read off all of Eric's. We've got a fluorescence number to 50 blue for the San Jose Sharks of Cagnoni, Vibing of Markstrom for the Devils, and a Slaps of Makar for the Avs. Sizzle Reel Barkov for Florida, Dickinson Portraits for San Jose, and a Ward for LA Young Guns. We've got a Demidov Portrait Sparkle for Montreal, Canvas for the Rangers of Quick, Sizzle Reel Caulfield for Montreal. We got a Dazzlers of Terry for the Ducks, Encore of Kadri for Calgary, and a Boom Town of Tom Wilson for Washington. Canvas of Konechny for Philly, If You Know, You Know, Hudson, and a Grid In for the Calgary Flames Young Guns. Vibing of Night for Chicago, Matthew Schaefer, Slaps for the Islanders, and a Brunette for Boston Young Guns. We got a Vibing of Talbot for the Red Wings, Outburst Silver for Seattle of Tolvanen, and a Portrait of David Pasternak for Boston. If You Know, You Know, Sparkle of Miller, Hagel Encore for Tampa, Portraits of Bouillon for Minnesota. Encore of Hamilton for the Devils, Slavkovsky for Montreal, and a Checklist Young Guns, Schaefer, and Misa. We got a Canvas of Hayton for Utah, Sizzle of DeBrincat for Red Wings, and a James Young Guns for Tampa. We got a Clear Cut Base for Carolina of Slavin. We got a Let Them Cook of Trey Settle for the Oilers, and a Glow Up of Rodriguez for Florida. We got a Doughty Encore for LA, Glow Up of Nyes for the Maple Leafs, and an Ellis for the Buffalo Sabres Young Guns. All right. 2 more boxes to go. Maybe only one more. Maybe only one more. We've got a Canvas of Werenski for the Jackets, a Sizzle Reel of Nyes for the Leafs, and a Brunicki for Pittsburgh Young Guns. We've got a Canvas of Olmark, I believe that's a black and white variant for Ottawa. Let Them Cook of Kucherov for Tampa, and a Glow Up of Brent Clark for LA. We got a Glow Up Sparkle of Harley for Dallas, Canvas Retired of Middleton for Boston, and a Sizzle Reel of Reinhardt for Florida. We've got a Suzuki for Carolina Encore, Portraits of Hudson for Montreal, and a Metsa for Buffalo Young Guns. We got to let them cook of Kyle Connor for the Jets. A slaps of is that Carlson for Washington. And a Booyam for Minnesota Young Guns. We've got number to 100 exclusives. Pinto for Ottawa. Vibing of Anderson for Carolina. And a slaps of, who are you? Hamilton for New Jersey. If you know, you know for Utah of Gunther. Hartman for the Wild Boomtown. And a Young Guns of Lindbaum for Vegas. Sizzle Real Sparkle of Lafreniere for the Rangers. Encore of Fogle for LA. And a glow up of Perfetti for the Jets. Dazzlers of Markstrom for the Devils. Encore of Theodore for Vegas. And a Scheifele Portraits for Winnipeg. Canvas of Beniers for Seattle. Sizzle of Chitrin for the Washington Capitals. And a Pelika for the Red Wings Young Guns. Vibing of Hill for Vegas. Glow up of Dorofeyev for Vegas. And a Kuzmenko Outburst Silver for the Los Angeles Kings. Encore of McCann for Seattle. Canvas of Carlson for Vegas. And a Suniev for Calgary Young Guns. Suniev. All right. Mr. Eric's going to toss me over. Oh, yeah. These are sizzles? Or just mixed? All right. I'm going to read these off nice and quick for you guys. So, Sizzle Reels. Robertson, Kyle Connor, Seth Jarvis, Dustin Wolf, Jason Robertson, Kyle Connor, Tage Thompson, Malkin, Line Caulfield, Jack Hughes, Mark Stone, Aho, Hellebuck, Merzlikins, Chitrin, Nyes, Kaprizov, Hurdle, Draisaitl, Barkov, Reinhart, DeBrincat, McDavid, Knight, Lafreniere, Omar Toffoli, Sparkle, Jarvis, Broberg, Point, Hagel, Fogle, Chitrin, Sparkle, Thomas, Gunther, Mishkov, Lafreniere, Sparkle, and a Sparkle, Merzlikins. All right, we got a Sizzle Reel, number to 199 for the Vegas Golden Knights of Hurdle. All right, let's get some vibes. Vibing of Thompson, Lindgren, Thompson, Demko, Gustafson, Knight, Stolars, Skinner, Saros, Swayman, Blackwood, Hill, Anderson, Bobrovsky, Kemper, Askarov, Markstrom, Talbot, Joey Decord, Ottinger, Merzlikins, Sorokin, Wolf, Lukanen, Dostal, Vasilevsky, Urson, Binnington, Olmark, Hellebuck. We got the Sparkle variants of Anderson, Hill, Merzlikins, Wolf, and Hill. Let's do the glow-ups. I think these are all glow-ups. McMichael, Harley, Casper, Marchenko, Sorelli, Nyes, Rodriguez, Stolars, Clark, Perfetti, McMichael, Casper, Skinner, DeBrusk, Decord, a Sparkle Strom, Jarvis, Raquel, Dorofeyev, Holloway, Eklund, Gunther, Coronado, Thomas, Marshman, Tippett, Strom, Harley, Protas, Sampson, Byfield, Heischer, Hagel, Johnson, a Sparkle of Casper, McMichael, Harley, and McMichael. All right. Let them cook. Bedard, McDavid, Eichel, Bedard, McKinnon, Hughes, Caulfield, Kopitar, Keller, Kucherov, Ovechkin, Kyle Connor, Draisaitl, Pasternak, Kaprizov, Makar, McDavid, Rantanen, Matthews, Hughes, Barkov, Sparkles, Makar, and Sparkles, Keller. Portraits, Crosby, Demidov, Snuggerud, Moore, Seneca, Booyah, Martin, Pasternak, Hudson, Dickinson, Schaefer, Crosby, Kemmel, Heischer, Rinzel, Kempe, Gensel, Raymond, Nikishin, Scheifele, McDavid. We got a Leonard, McKinnon, Sparkle, Kaprizov, Gunther, Kaprizov, Demidov, Sparkle, Crosby, Bobrovsky, Perek, Cowan, Horvat, McKinnon, and a Sparkle Demidov. All right, I'll do that one at the bottom. Encores, Eriksson, Ek, Crosby, Cagnoni, Hellebuck, Seneca, Askarov, Koko, Verhage, Hagel, Rantanen, Weisblatt, Larkin, Kadri, Fogle, Doughty, Hamilton, Neighbors, Cagnoni, Lafreniere, Rinzel, Tanev, Suzuki, Hannafin, McTavish, Markstrom, Dickinson, McMichael, Martin, Theodore, Edmonton, Suzuki, McCann, Lund, Darlene, Kachuk, Gensel, Hughes, Falk, Kaprizov, Cooley, Doc, Crosby, Eriksson, Hellebuck, Simashev, Matthews, DeMello, Casper, McAvoy, Decord, McDavid, Lacombe, blue of Falk, Casper, Simashev, DeMello, a gold number to 50 of Hamilton for the Devils, and a Brian Russ number to 199 red for the Penguins. Penguins have had a very solid break. All right, slaps of Miller, Bouchard, Dickinson, Stamkos, Makar, Schaefer, Hamilton, Carlson, Bouchard, Miller, Ovechkin, Pelika, Thompson, Rantanen, Gudis, Pareko, Matthews, Hedman, Seneca, Pasternak, Pedersen, Perek, Sider, Cowan, Carlson, Line, Miller, Perek, and Bouchard for those ones. All right, Boomtown, Kachuk, Sherwood, Gudis, Wilson, Pospisil, Sider, McBain, Domi, Alexiak, Hartman, Manson, Olivier, Jackeye, Kachuk, Delorier, Sparkles of Jackeye and Kachuk. All right. If you know, you know. Fowler, Marchand, Makar, Sherwood, Hellebuck, Gunther, Reinhardt, Hudson, Landeskog, Rantanen, Miller, Winnipeg Jets, Crosby, Draisaitl, Blue Jackets, Gunther, Sparkle, Miller, Sparkle. Canvases of Meyer, Scheifele, Gensel, Lacombe, Marchesso, Chitrin, McDavid, Rodriguez, Lundell, Fiala, Fox, Hall, Bertuzzi, Shabbat, Konechny, Hayton, Quick, Slavkovsky, Talbot, Jenner, Celebrini, Johnston, Paul, Uyghur, Gunther, Boldy, Raquel, Hughes, Nyes, Sider, Strome, Geeky, Hannafin, Pasternak, Carlson, Werenski, Beniers, Thomas, Monahan, Palmieri, Middlestad, Hughes, Farabee, black and white canvases of Backlund, Wilson, Vasilevsky, and Jean Beliveau. All right. We'll go Dazzlers of Dunn, Thomas, Dunn, Olmark, Sider, Rinzel, Bobrovsky, Rodriguez. You can just leave them up there if you want. Perek, Terry, Trocheck, Markstrom, McDavid, and a Seneca pink for the Ducks. All right. Outburst Silvers of Stutzel, Siegenthaler, Jokiharju, Kraus, Eberle, Luukkonen, Schwartz, Ball, Barbashev, Fantilli. Now let's go some of the bigger ones here. We got a Young Guns Outburst Silver of Fensor. Brady Martin. That's a solid one. Congrats, Nashville. We got a Farinacci for Boston. Deluxe is number to 250 of Forbert for Vancouver. Number to 100 exclusives of Jack Quinn for Buffalo. Clear cut of Tolvanen for Seattle. Population count, Sveshnikov to 1,000. We got a clear cut of Evans for Montreal. Population count to 500, Stamkos. We got a deluxe number to 250 Young Guns of Lindbaum, Vancouver. Number to 250 deluxe of Crosby for the Penguins. We've got number 250, Brock Nelson for the Avs. Clear cut of Maverick Bork for Dallas. Young Guns clear cut. That's kind of funny. Booyam. Minnesota. Booyam again. We've got a fluorescence number to 50 of Robertson for the Rangers. Matthew Robertson. We got a fluorescence of Colton Dock. Booyam. Schaefer. Almost sounds like the exact same case. Duke. And Duke. 2 Dukes. You got to duke it out. All right, Young Gun time. Again, I'm going to read them off. Lego, Farinacci, Bardakov, Misa, Suniev, Lindbaum, Dickinson, Laba, Douglas, Ottavinen, Coots, Ahmad, Ward, Ellis, James Schaefer, Brunette, Shabanov, Booyam. We got another checklist one. Hopefully we only have 2. Lindbaum, Metza, Gridden, Brunicki, Suniev, Tusky, Lindbaum, Lego, Kindle, Farinacci, Ahmad, Nystrom, Howard, Haight, Brady Martin, Fensor, Dastos, Kudravtsev, Williams, Green, Cowan, the dual Schaefer, and Gatcomb. That picture is just amazing. I love that one. Kindle, Suniev, Brustowicz, Uko, Pelika, Farinacci, Nystrom, Brunicki, Warren, Booyam, Kaplan, Fensor, Coots, Kaplan, Lennox, Urov, Mueller, Kadravtsev, Haight, Nikishin, Tomasic, Misa, Nygaard, Bardakov, Simashev, Shabanov, Tusky, Gritziak, Williams, Nikishin, Gritziak, Yuko, Finney, Lennox, Simashev, Howard. So we did only get 2, so that means we will split 1 each for the checklist. Canvas Young Guns of Brunicki for Pittsburgh, Pelika for the Red Wings, Laba for the Rangers, Howard for the Oilers, Duran for the Boston Bruins. I swear you got the exact same case. Demidov for the Montreal Canadiens. Program of Excellence, Matthew Schaefer. Schaefer, that's sick. Black and white Young Gun canvases of Coots. And a program of excellence for San Jose, Michael Misa. There we go. Yeah, we pretty much had identical cases. That is too funny.
Yeah.
Ash, are you sorting or do you want them out all now? Or okay.
They're at 1600.
Yeah, do you want to grab me a 16? All right, guys. So I just we'll do some quick cleanup and then we'll get rocking out yet again. So we will do the other double caser. Very shortly.
Are you guys grabbing them or do I grab them?
I'm grabbing them all.
Okay.
You had a good case.
Yeah, they were
Both were really
fairly similar.
Yeah. It's not a bad problem if they're going to be that similar, though.
Yeah, if they're good.
I would say that's a pretty solid top to bottom.
You just got the one shaper?
No, I got the fluorescence. Oh, and one Schaefer. Yeah.
Yeah, because I had the red fluorescence. Well.
So did I.
Yeah.
And the Booyum, just like you.
Davidoff canvas.
And Davidoff canvas, just like you. Yeah, that was random.
Well, you get 2 more.
Yeah, well, we had a good. You need the break number. There you go, hand delivery. All right. All right, guys and girls, we'll start off the second one very shortly. Give me a few seconds. And just a reminder, guys, we have 4 other team selects that are all at 10 or less. Where did I put my water? So we will get it rocking out very shortly. You're not my helper, Cruz. Eric, did I leave my water up there?
Yeah.
Mind just grabbing it, please?
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get the second random. 961. Another 2-case random. Yeah, we're going to crush it. Back-to-back 2s. You saw someone get a Schaefer high gloss? That is sweet. That would be something. All right. Best of luck. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 24,961. The randoms for the double case here. 1, 2, and 3. And 1, 2, 3. All right, a couple minutes for trading, and then we'll get the party started. Get the party started. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this going. All right. Let's get the party started. Here we go. Here we go, 24,961. We've got the dual case once again. All right, let's see who's going to win this battle. I'll call the first one a tie. We pretty much had the exact same thing. Pretty close to a tie. All right, Dazzlers of Dunn for Seattle, Encore of Renzel for Chicago, and a Harley Glow Up for Dallas. Canvas Ryan O'Reilly for the Preds, Vibing of Thompson for Washington, and a Michael Misa Young Guns for San Jose. We got a number to 250 deluxe of Hayes for Pittsburgh, Encore of Neighbors for the Blues, Slaps for the Oilers of Bouchard, and a Lego for Carolina Young Guns. We got an Outburst Silver Young Guns for the Islanders of Lennox, Sizzle Reel of Wolf for Calgary, and a Slaps of Perec for Montreal. Encore Blue of Doughty for LA, If You Know, You Know, Fowler for the Blues, Boomtown of Kachuk for Ottawa. Encore of Cagnoni for San Jose, a Sagan Canvas for Dallas, and a Bardakov for the Avalanche Young Guns. Sizzle Reel of Kyle Connor for the Jets, Demidov Portraits for Montreal, and a Lindbaum for Vegas Young Guns. Portrait Sparkle of Kempe for LA, Young Guns Canvas of Nygaard for the Red Wings, and an Eichel Let Them Cook for Vegas. Vibing Sparkle, Luukkonen for Buffalo, Encore of Eriksson Ek for Minnesota, Kaprizov Portraits for Minnesota. Vibing of Askarov for San Jose, a Strome Glow Up for Washington, and a Nygaard for the Red Wings Young Guns. Canvas of Falk for the Blues. Sizzle of Hurdle for Vegas. Tomasic for the Oilers Young Guns. Black and white canvas for Chicago of Bertuzzi. If you know, you know. Reinhardt. Boomtown of Jack-Eye for Montreal. Boomtown. All right. We've got a Dazzlers of Perec for Calgary. Encore of Holloway for the Blues. Glow Up of Robert Thomas for the Blues. We've got a Canvas for the Red Wings of Casper. Vibing of Shesterkin for the Rangers. And a Dastos for Tampa Young Guns. Encore of Nikishin for Carolina. A Slaps of Pasternak for Boston. And we got our first Schaefer of this case. Hopefully we get 2 for the Islanders. Again, I do recommend getting that one graded. Just do the checkout. We'll get it out right away for you. Sizzle Reel of Nichushkin for the Avs. A Slaps of Beckett Seneca for the Ducks. Outburst Silver for the Avalanche of Nichushkin. We got number to 100 exclusives for Calgary of Huberdeau. If you know, you know. Crosby. And a Boomtown of Olivier for the Blue Jackets. Encore of Russ for Pittsburgh. We got a canvas of Nietzsche for Avalanche. And the dual Young Guns, Schaefer and Gatcomb for the Islanders. Double Schaefer box. We got a Slap Sparkle of Parayko for the Blues. Another Young Guns canvas of Pelika for the Red Wings. And a Let Them Cook for the Ottawa Senators of Brady Tkachuk. Sizzle Reel of Vetrano for the Ducks. Gunther for Utah, portraits. And a Bardakov for the Avalanche Young Guns. Great. Vibing of Hellebuck for the Jets. Glow Up for LA of Byfield. And a Laba for the Rangers Young Guns. Sizzle Reel Sparkle of Broberg for the Blues. Encore of Kemper for LA. And a Bobrovsky for Florida. Portraits. Canvas of Spurgeon for Minnesota. Sizzle Reel of Gunther for Utah. And an Ellis Young Guns for Buffalo. Fluorescence of Lennox for the Islanders. If you know, you know, for the Blue Jackets. And a Delorier for Philadelphia. Boom town. I have a sticker in the front. Alright, we got a Dazzlers for the Maple Leafs of Matthews, a Panarin for the Rangers Encore, and an Alexiak Boomtown for the Seattle Kraken. We got a canvas for Calgary of Backlund. If you know, you know. Miller for the Rangers. And a Tomasic for the Oilers Young Guns. One Schaefer, well, so far, yes, in this one. Encore Bertuzzi for Chicago. We got a Slaps of Parayko for the Blues. Easton Cowan Young Guns for the Maple Leafs. Sizzle Reel of Lafreniere for the Rangers. A Slaps of Gudis for the Anaheim Ducks. And a Zach Benson for Buffalo Outburst Silver. Deluxe number to 250 for Chicago of Bedard. Vibing of Hill for Vegas, and a glow up of Holloway for the for the Blues. Encore of Hintz for Dallas. Canvas of Vasilevsky for Tampa. And a Warren Young Guns for the Islanders. Sizzle Real Merzlikins for the Jackets. Portraits of Nikishin for Carolina. It's Carolina. And a Finney Young Guns for the Red Wings. Scheifele Portrait Sparkle for the Jets. Canvas of Tom Wilson for Washington. And a Vibing of Elvis Merzlikins for the Blue Jackets. Sizzle Real Sparkle of Aho for Carolina. Encore of Pettersson Vancouver. And a glow up of Skinner for the Oilers. We've got a Sizzle Reel up to Foley for San Jose, Kempe for LA Portraits, and a Douglas Young Guns for Tampa. Canvas of Stone for Vegas, Let Them Cook for the Avalanche Makar, and a Lego for Carolina Young Guns. That's a very good one. Vibing of Sorokin for the Islanders. A glow up of Pasternak for Boston. And we got a Young Guns clear cut for the Maple Leafs, Easton Cowan. Easton Cowan. Eat that, Eric. Ooh, them fighting words. Them fighting words, folks. We got a Dazzlers of Trocheck for the Rangers, Nietzsche's Encore for Colorado, and an Easton Cowan Portraits for the Maple Leafs. Canvas of Pionk for Winnipeg, Let Them Cook of Pasternak for Boston, Simashev Young Guns for Utah. We got a Vibing of Joey Decord for Seattle. Outburst Silver of Cutter Gauthier for the Ducks. A Slaps of Line 8 for Montreal. Let Them Cook to 199 for Montreal of Caulfield. Encore Shabbat for Ottawa. And a Slaps of Draisaitl for the Oilers. Encore of Huberdeau for Calgary. Canvas of Vlasic for Chicago, and an Ufko for Nashville Young Guns. Encore Blue of Larkin for the Red Wings, Let Them Cook Kaprizov for Minnesota. Kent Johnson for the Blue Jackets, glow up. Nikishin Sparkle Portraits for Carolina. Canvas of Zucker for Buffalo. If you know, you know. Landeskog for the Avs. Sizzle Reel Hellebuck for the Jets. Boomtown of McBain for Winnipeg. And a Gritziak for the Devils Young Guns. How much? We got a Sizzle of McDavid for the Oilers, Glow Up of Hagel for Tampa, and a Metza for Buffalo Young Guns. We got a Vibing Sparkle of Dostal for the Ducks, Encore McDavid for the Oilers, and a Portrait of Horvat for the Islanders. We've got a Canvas for Buffalo of Tuck. Vibing of Swayman for Boston. Howard for the Oilers Young Guns. Black and white variant canvas of Rodriguez for Florida. Sizzle Reel of Stone for Vegas. And a glow up of Nico Hischier for the Devils. We've got an encore of Joey Decord for Seattle. We've got a canvas of Cutter Gauthier for Anaheim. And a Fensor for Carolina. We got a Boomtown Sparkle of Alexiak for Seattle. Program of Excellence for Buffalo of Sam Reinhart. And a Vibing of Saros for the Preds. Encore number to 199 for Utah of Beckett, Mikhail Sergachev. McAvoy encore for Boston. And a Slaps of Carlson for Pittsburgh. Sizzle of Broberg for the Blues. Portraits of McDavid for the Oilers. And a Kaplan Young Guns for Philadelphia. Encore blue of Rantanen for Dallas. Let Them Cook of Kopitar for LA. And a glow up of Coronado for Calgary. Vibing of Blackwood for the Avs. Leonard Portraits for Washington. And a Finney Young Guns for the Red Wings. Sizzle Real Sparkle of Point for Tampa. Encore of Kachuk for Florida. And a Gunther for Utah. Glow up. We got a Dazzlers of Thomas for the Blues. Encore of Lacombe for the Ducks. And a Boomtown of Manson for the Avs. Canvas of Lacombe for the Ducks. Let Them Cook of Rantanen for Dallas. And a Warren for the Islanders Young Guns. Fluorescent of Perek for Calgary. Vibing of Dostal for the Ducks. Glow up of Eklund for the Sharks. Canvas McKinnon for the Avs. If you know, you know. Hellebuck for the Jets. Booyam for the Minnesota Wild Young Guns. Sizzle Reel of Aho for Carolina. Slaps of Hedman for Tampa. And we got an Outburst Silver of Novak for Pittsburgh. We got an encore Sergachev for Utah, a canvas of Garland for Canucks, and a Brustowicz for Calgary Young Guns. Glow Up Sparkle for the Blues of Holloway. Another Young Guns canvas, Demidov for Montreal. Sizzle Reel of Robert Thomas for the Blues. Another Demidov, 3 for 3. If you know, you know. Rantanen for Dallas. We got a Portrait of Eichel for Vegas and a Urov for Minnesota Young Guns. 3 for 3 on the demis. Population count 1,000. Brady Martin for Nashville. Encore Pettersson for Vancouver. And a Slaps of Cowan for the Maple Leafs. And an Ottavainen Young Guns for the Seattle Kraken. We've got a Young Guns Deluxe for the San Jose Sharks of Dickinson to 250. That's another good one. Dickinson to 250. Vibing of Binnington for the Blues. And we got a Perek Portraits for Calgary. Sizzle Reel of Mishkov for Philly. Glow Up Sanderson for Ottawa. And we got the Young Guns Checklist. Misa and Schaefer. We got to let them cook Sparkle of Rantanen for Dallas. Encore of Point for Tampa. Boomtown Sveshnikov for Carolina. Dazzlers of Cider for the Red Wings. McKinnon Encore for the Avs. And a glow-up of Protas for Washington. Yeah. Carlson for the Penguins Canvas. Vibing of Ottinger for Dallas. And a Pelika Young Guns for Detroit. We got a canvas of Kachuk for Florida. Let them cook of Barkov for Florida. And a Brady Martin for Nashville Young Guns. Clear cut base of Nyes for the Maple Leafs. Sizzle of Knight for Blackhawks. And a portrait of Ottinger for Dallas. Vibing of Olmark for Ottawa. Slaps of Cider for the Red Wings. And a Baron Outburst Silver for Nashville. All right. Halfway done my case. Alright, Encore Stamkos for Nashville. Canvas of Trocheck for the Rangers. And a Tusky for Utah Young Guns. Boomtown Sparkle of Hartman for the Wild. Young Guns Canvas for the Penguins of Brunicky. If you know, you know. Gunther for Utah. We got an Encore Monahan for the Jackets. We got a Carlson for Washington Slaps. And a Simashev Young Guns for Utah. Sizzle Reel of Chychrun for the Caps. Boomtown of Hartman for Minnesota. And a James for Tampa Young Guns. Oh, what a tease. Outburst Red. Number to 25 for the Islanders of McLean. Got the team. Got the color. Missed the player. That was close though. Let them cook of Kyle Connor for the Jets. And a glow-up Perfetti for the Jets. Sparkle, if you know, you know. Hellebuck. Encore of Eichel for Vegas. And a portrait of Scheifele for the Jets. Sizzle Reel of Nyes for the Leafs. Glow up of Clark for LA. Nikishin for Carolina. Young Guns. Well, the silver is silver and the gold to 101. Goudreau for San Jose. Canvas. Let them cook of Keller for Utah. And a green Young Guns for Chicago. So you want the gold, ideally. Dazzlers of Brady Martin for Nashville. Horvat Encore for the Islanders. And we got a Lane Hudson portrait for the Montreal Canadiens. Fluorescence for the Blues of Dvorsky. Vibing of Wolf for Calgary. And a glow up of Dorofeev for Vegas. Canvas of Cotter for the Devils. Let them cook of Kucherov for Tampa. And a Gritziak for the Devils Young Guns. Vibing of Anderson for Carolina. Outburst Silver. Anders Lee for the Islanders. And a Dougie Hamilton Slaps for the Devils. All right. Gold is 101. We've got a Dazzlers of Lehkonen for the Avs. Encore of Yossi for the Preds. And a Snuggerud portrait for the Blues. We got a canvas of Olmark for Ottawa, vibing of Gustafson for Minnesota, and an Ufco Young Guns for Nashville. We got a Sizzle Reel of Malkin for the Penguins, Tara Vinen Outburst Silver for Chicago, and a Slaps of Dickinson for San Jose. Matthew Schaefer Encore for the Islanders, Slaps of Stamkos for Nashville, and a Kindle for the Penguins, Young Guns. Encore for Philadelphia of Mishkov, Canvas for Montreal of Evans, and a Brustowicz for the Calgary Flames, Young Guns. Dazzlers Pink variant for San Jose of Dickinson, Sizzle Reel of Kaprizov for Minnesota, and a Seneca for the Anaheim Ducks portraits. If you know, you know. Makar for the Avs, Boomtown of Sherwood for Vancouver, Farinacci for Boston Young Guns. We got a Glow Up Sparkle of Clark for LA, LaFerriere for LA Canvas, and a Let 'em Cook of Quinn Hughes for Vancouver. Sizzle Reel Sparkle of Stone for Vegas, Encore of Nyman for Seattle, and a Jarvis for Carolina Glow Up. We got a Sizzle Reel of Thompson for Buffalo, Glow Up of Ricardo Cal for Pittsburgh, and a Hate Young Guns for Minnesota. Canvas of Blackwood for the Avs, Let Them Cook of McKinnon for the Avs, Fensor for Carolina Young Guns. We got a Fluorescence Rookie of Kaplan for Philly, Vibing of Demko for Vancouver, and a Gensel Portraits for Tampa. Getting down to the nitty-gritty on this case. We've got an Encore of Lund for San Jose, a Gensel for Tampa Bay canvas, and a Tusky for Utah Young Guns. A Glow Up to 199 for Carolina of Jarvis, Encore of Gensel for Tampa, and, oh, there's a Young Gun there, I think. Young Gun to Brunicki for Pittsburgh, and a Matthews Slaps for the Penguins. We got a Slap Sparkle of Gudis for the Ducks. Nikishin Young Guns Canvas for Carolina. Let 'em Cook of McDavid for the Oilers. Encore Blue of Hagel for Tampa. Sizzle Reel of Point for Tampa. And a Camel Portrait for Nashville. Sizzle of Robertson for Dallas. Glow Up of Casper for the Red Wings. Soniev for Calgary Young Guns. If you know, you know. Winnipeg Jets. Boomtown of Pospisil for Calgary. And a Young Guns of Nystrom for Carolina. If you know, you know. Sparkle for the Jets. We got a Lafreniere for the Rangers Encore. And a Glow Up of Connor McMichael for Washington. Dazzlers of Bobrovsky for Florida. Encore of Darlene for Buffalo. And a Portraits Rookies of Schaefer for the Islanders. Canvas for Winnipeg of Scheifele. Let Them Cook Bedard for Chicago. Farinacci for Boston Young Guns. Canvas of Timo Meier for the Devils. Vibing of Luukkonen for Buffalo. Kindle for the Pittsburgh Penguins Young Guns. Clear cut base of Cutter Gauthier for the Ducks. Vibing of Lindgren for Washington. And a Crosby Portraits for Pittsburgh. Sizzle of Jarvis for Carolina. Texier Outburst Silver for the Blues. And we got a JT Miller Slaps for the Rangers. We got an encore of Mazur for the Red Wings, canvas for Vancouver of DeBrusque, and an Ahmad for the Avalanche Young Guns. We got a portrait sparkle of Hudson for Montreal. Program of Excellent, Matthew Wood. Once again, Let 'em Cook of Caulfield for Montreal, so Matthew Wood for Nashville. Encore Nichushkin for the Avs. Slaps of Rantanen for the Dallas Stars. Brady Martin for the Nashville Predators. Young Guns. We got a Vibing of Skinner for the Oilers. Glow Up of Stolars for the Leafs. And a Mueller for Vancouver Young Guns. If you know, you know, for Florida Marchand, Max Domi for the Maple Leafs Boomtown. And a deluxe of Tara Vinen to 250 for Chicago. Let Them Cook for LA Sparkle of Kopitar. Skinner Encore for the Oilers. Brady Martin for Nashville Portraits. Sizzle of Jack Hughes for the Devils. Raymond for the Red Wings Portraits. Howard for the Oilers Young Guns. Canvas for Dallas of Rantanen, or Heiskanen, sorry. Sherwood for Vancouver, if you know, you know. And a Young Guns again of Kaplan for Philly. We've got a clear base for Chicago of Spencer Knight. Sizzle of Caulfield for Montreal, and a Boomtown of Goudas for the Anaheim Ducks. Dazzlers of Lund for San Jose. Leo Carlson for the Ducks Encore. Glow Up of Joey Decord for Seattle. Canvas of Stolars for the Leafs. Vibing of Stolars for the Leafs. And a Nystrom for Carolina Young Guns. We've got a Young Guns Outburst Silver for the Vancouver Canucks of Kadravtsev. We got a Sizzle of Line A for Montreal and a Slaps of Tage Thompson for Buffalo. We've got an encore of Matthew Wood for Nashville. We got a Schaefer Slaps for the Islanders. And we got a Coots for Vancouver Young Guns. Canvas of Byfield for LA. Let Them Cook Draisaitl for the Oilers. Yurov for Minnesota Young Guns. Population Count 1000 for the Penguins of Letang. Spencer Knight for Chicago Vibing, and a portrait of Booyam for the Minnesota Wild. Outburst Silver Young Guns for the Minnesota Wild of Yurov. Vibing of Markstrom for the Devils, and a Slaps of Makar for the Avs. Sizzle of DeBrincat for the Red Wings. Glow Up of Rodriguez for Florida. And a Kudravtsev for Vancouver Young Guns. Encore to Foley for San Jose. Canvas of Matheson for Montreal. And a Lennox Young Guns for the Islanders. We got a Slap Sparkle of Hamilton for the Devils. Canvas Young Guns of Laba for Rangers. And a Barkov Sizzle for Florida. Dazzlers of Stone for Vegas. Encore of Kent Johnson for the Jackets. And a Matthew Nyes for the Maple Leafs Glow Up. We've got an If You Know, You Know. Hudson for Montreal. Dickinson Portraits for San Jose. And a Williams Young Guns for the Blue Jackets. How many boxes does my store still have? How many do you need? Blackwood Vibing Sparkle for the Avs. Booyah Encore for Minnesota. And a Tom Wilson for Washington. Boomtown. Canvas for Minnesota of Middleton. Vibing of Talbot for the Red Wings. And a Shabanov for the Islanders Young Guns. Black and white canvas variant. Fiala for LA. Sizzle of Reinhardt for Florida. And a portrait of Pasternak for Boston. All right. One more box for me to open. We've got an encore of Duchesne for the Dallas Stars. Kochetkov canvas for Carolina. And a Young Guns of Dickinson for San Jose. We've got a Glow Up Sparkle of Dorfeev for Vegas. Retired canvas for Boston and Middleton. Let Them Cook of Matthews for the Maple Leafs. Sizzle Reel of Fogle for LA. Glow Up of Tippett for Philly. And a Nygaard for the Red Wings Young Guns. Encore of Swayman for Boston. We got a Pelika for the Red Wings Slaps. Michael Misa for San Jose Young Guns. Vibing Sparkle of Saros for the Preds. We got a Kachuk Encore for Ottawa. And a Marshment for Seattle. Glow Up. We got number to 50, Nichushkin Encore for the Avs. Sizzle of Olmark for Ottawa. And a Rinzel Portraits for the Chicago Blackhawks. Checklist canvas, so that'll be a rando. Let Them Cook of Jack Hughes. And a Ward for LA Young Guns. We've got a Young Guns canvas black and white variant of Coots for Vancouver. Vasilevsky Vibes for Tampa. And a portrait of McKinnon for the Avs. We got a Dre Settle, If You Know, You Know, for the Oilers. Boomtown Cider for the Red Wings. And a Gridden for Calgary Young Guns. I have no idea. I don't think it'd be crazy, to be honest. Dazzlers McDavid for the Oilers. Encore of Wilson for Washington. And a Nico Hischier for the Devils. Portraits. Canvas of Riley for the Leafs. Vibing of Urson for Philly. Brunette for Boston Young Guns. Sizzle of Hagel for Tampa. We got a Keller Outburst Silver for Utah and a Ovechkin Slaps. Oh, that was me. I hit the sound button. I was wondering what was going on there. All right, we'll start with this stack here. The Encores. Stamkos, Horvat, Booyah, Monahan, Dubois, Tippett, Gunther, Barzal, Swayman, Duchesne, Pedersen, Wilson, Rodriguez. Line, Power, Jarvis, Mishkov, Yossi, Sanderson, Schaefer, Pedersen, Shurchev, Kemper, McKinnon, Bertuzzi, Hintz, Eichel, Panarin, Wood, Toffoli, Skinner, Johnson, Rust, Holloway, Kachuk, Nikishin, Nichushkin, Mazur, Nyman, Carlson, Shabbat, Huberdeau, Point, Nietzsche's, Cousins. Green, Marchenko, Zuccarello. Blue of Power, green, Cousins. A red to 199, Rodriguez. And a blue of Zuccarello. All right, glow-ups, Nyes, Rodriguez, Stolars, Hagel, Heischer, Johnson. Dorofeyev, Holloway, McMichael. Casper, Strome, Harley. Marshman, Thomas, Tippett, Clark, Perfetti, Jarvis. Decord, Raquel, DeBrusque, Skinner, Marshman. Cirelli, Protest, Byfield, Sanderson, Eklund, Gunther, Coronado. Sparkles of Perfetti, Clark, and Dorofeyev. Let Them Cook of Draisaitl, Caulfield, Pasternak, Kaprizov, Keller, Bedard. McDavid, Eichel, Hughes, Matthews, Kucherov, Connor, McKinnon, Hughes, Makar, Ovechkin, Barkov, Kachuk, Rantanen, Kopitar. Pasternak, Sparkle, Kopitar, Sparkle. Vibing, Knight, Skinner, Swayman, Decord, Hill, Wolf, Anderson, Luukkonen, Dostal, Askarov, Lindgren, Thompson, Shesterkin, Vasilevsky, Talbot, Markstrom, Stolars, Demko, Urson, Sorokin, Merzlikins, Gustafson, Bobrovsky, Kemper, Hellebuck, Binnington, Saros, Blackwood. We got Vibing Sparkle of Swayman, Blackwood, Saros, Decord. Sizzle Reels of DeBrincat, Caulfield, Line, McDavid, Hellebuck, Knight, Chitrin, Merzlikins, Robertson, Point. Jarvis, Hurdle, Connor, Wolf, Fogle, Vetrano, Hagel, Nyes, Barkov, Reinhardt, Thompson, Hughes, Malkin, Olmark, Toffoli, Lafreniere, Draisaitl, Kaprizov, Gunther, Mishkov, Nichushkin, Broberg, Aho, Stone. Sizzle Reel Sparkles of Broberg, Hellebuck, Aho, McDavid. Portraits, Bouillon, Martin, Cowan, Dickinson, Horvat, Scheifele, Nichushkin, Schaefer, Crosby, Kemmel, Pasternak, Sparkle, Kaprizov, Demidov, McKinnon, Gunther, Pasternak, Hudson, Dickinson, Gensel, Raymond, Heischer, Rinzel, Kempe, Scheifele, Snuggerud, Moore, Seneca, Bobrovsky, Perek, McDavid, Leonard, Pasternak, and Hudson. All right, if you know, you know. Sherwood, Landeskog, Miller, Gunther, Jets, Fowler, Crosby, Hudson, Marchand, Draisaitl, Makar, Reinhardt, Columbus, Hellebuck, Sparkles of Landeskog and Hellebuck, Slaps of Schaefer, Thompson, Draisaitl, Line, Hamilton, Parayko, Matthews, Miller, Bouchard, Perek, Ovechkin, Pasternak, Makar, Carlson, Dickinson, Rantanen, Pelika, Gudis, Pedersen, Stamkos, Seneca, Cowan, Hedman, Carlson, Parayko, Sparkle, Hamilton, Sparkle, Carlson, Sparkle. Dazzlers of Stone, Vasilevsky, Matthews, Coots, Pedersen, Perek, Martin, Lund, McDavid, Lehkonen, Sider, Monahan, and a pink Pedersen. Canvas, Horvat, Palmieri, Thomas, Johnston, Lundell, Uyghur, Carlson, Parayko, Cates, Hall, Boldy, Shabbat, Larmer, that's a retired canvas, Jenner, Raquel, Gunther, Batherson, Evans, Olmark, Barber, retired canvas, black and white variant. That's a sweet one, actually, for Philly. Niederreiter, Schwartz, Decord, Strome, Monahan, Pasternak, Geeky, Forsberg, Malkin, Bouchard, Greenway, Celebrini, Hannafin, Talbot, Laferriere, Stolars, Blackwood, Bertuzzi, Rodriguez, Fox, Fiala, black and white of Matheson, black and white of Byfield, and a black and white of Middleton. All right, let's see what else we got here. Boomtown, Gudas, McBain, Alexiak, Hartman, Pospisil, Jackeye, Kachuk, Olivier, Wilson, Domi, Sider, Sherwood, Delorier, Manson, Sparkles of Hartman and Wilson. Canvas Young Guns of green for Chicago. Quinn Hudson for the Oilers. Haight for Minnesota. Grziak for the Devils. Coots for Vancouver. A dual random between Demidov and Lev Shunov. Kindle Program of Excellence for the Pittsburgh Penguins. That's a sick one. Program of Excellence, black and white variant for the Oilers. Connor McDavid. That's sick. Fluorescence of Robida. Cagnoni. Demidov. Martin. And number to 150 gold for the Red Wings of Mazur. We got Young Guns now of Lennox, Yurov, Kadrevsev, Mueller, Coots, Kaplan, Dickinson, Laba, Douglas, Ottavinen, Coots, Emode, Cowan, Green, Warren, Tomasic, James, Finney, Brunette, Shabanov. We got a Ward, Ellis, Schaefer, James, Lindbaum, Metza, Brunicki, the duel. So we'll see where that goes. Gridden, Bouillon, Schaefer again. Ward, the duel Schaefer and Gatcomb. Dastos, Nygaard, Bardakov, Samashev, Shabanov, Tusky, Grziak, Williams, Nikishin, Martin, Fensor, Emad, Nystrom, Haight, Howard. Dickinson, Brunette, Gridden, Douglas, Lego, Misa, Kindle, Suniev, Brustovich, Yuko, Pelika, Farinacci, Ottavinen, Ellis, Brustowicz, Martin, Laba, and another dual checklist. Williams, Green, the dual Schaefer, Gatcomb, Cowan, Dastos, and the Kudrazasov. Outburst Silvers of Chernak, DeSmith, Desharnais, Slavkovsky, Pareko, Martinuk, Wallsteed, Carlson, Mukamadulin. Silver Outburst Young Guns of Haight. Coots, Nikishin. A red number to 25, Noel Achari for the Penguins. Clear base of Sam Reinhart. Bluger. Oh, that's nice. Population count 25 of Renzel. That's a low numbered one. Renzel. We got number 250 Deluxe of Montour for Utah. Young Guns clear cut of Tomasic for the Oilers. Population count 500, Michael Misa for San Jose. We got number to 100, Zetterlin for Ottawa. Deluxe of Kaprizov for Minnesota to 250. Gridden Deluxe to 250 for the Calgary Flames. Clear cut base of Wallman for the Oilers. And a population count of Sveshnikov for Carolina. All right, let's see what we got here. We've got 3. So 2 will go to one side on the triples. Eric, 2 will go to one side.
Yep.
So the winner will get 2. The other person will get 1.
Yep.
All right, let me just do the left and the right quickly, guys. Here we go, 3 times. 1, 2, 3. The left side will get them. And once again, just a reminder, the left side will get 2 of the 3 checklist ones. All right. Guys. right, guys. So let me just make some room here, and then oy, oy, oy. Yeah.
Series 2, Series 2, time for Series 2, time for Series 2. Alright, folks. I appreciate your patience while we switch the teams. It's okay, because the good team is here now. Hey, bud. I also need a case. Can you grab a few if you're going back, please? Oh, alright, cool. Alright.
Am I drinking there?
Yes.
Everyone admitted that you guys are the B team.
That's not true. I don't believe that anybody admitted that ever.
We did.
Okay, you put things in a weird order, so I'm gonna fix that real quick.
Is he gonna stay with the mommy?
Of course he is.
Stay with the mommy?
Anna's wearing her Lucky Young Gun shirt, and I'm wearing my Lucky Taylor Swift shirt. I'm really on theme. Taylor Swift probably opens hockey cards. Alright. 24947.
Why are your channel like this?
Crank the.
Because Eric doesn't do work, he just naps.
Okay, go. There's, can I make some?
Alright, best of luck, guys, for 24,947. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
No, it's okay.
1, 2, 3. You have 2 minutes if you want to.
Can I stay like this?
If it brings you joy.
Yes, they do. No, it's okay. Oh, I got it. I fixed it. No, I fixed it. No.
He wants to take a nap. He needs his napping chair.
Really? Everything's very difficult right now.
Being difficult.
Yes, you are. Thank you. Oh, that's the best chair.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Oh, they're calling it a dentist chair.
Mine?
No.
Oh, that's one?
Ah. It's funny because I could hear you laughing, but you were stone-faced because it was off. It wasn't live. There we go. There's laughing in it. Alright, let's do this thing.
Dentist chair, you should see Ashley's chair.
I love my chair. Starting off Cnc Group Break 24,947, we have the 2526 of Burdex Series 2 12 box case break.
What's up, baby?
Sorry, I don't like Jeff's camera angle he uses. You're good. You're still livable. All right, vibing. This is very Gen Z. We got vibing, and if you know, you know. I love it. For Boston, Jeremy Swaim, and Glow Up for Calgary of Matt Coronado. Dominic Fensor, Young Guns for Carolina. I'm young and hip. Dazzlers for Carolina of Nikishin. Encore for Florida of Kachuk. Portraits for Washington of Ryan Leonard. Canvas of Jonathan Marchessault for Nashville. Sizzle Reel for Vegas, Mark Stone. Young Guns for Nashville of Brady Martin. Let Them Cook for Minnesota of Kirill Kaprizov. Portraits of Easton Cowan for Toronto. And a Utah Outburst base of Barrett Hayton. Encore of Charlie McAvoy for Boston. Canvas for Vegas, William Carlson. Young Guns for Boston of John Farinacci. Boomtown Speckle for Toronto, Max Domi. Sizzle Reel for Edmonton of McDavid. And a Young Guns canvas of Arseny Griciuk for New Jersey. Does not want to focus. Clear cut base for the Capitals of Ovechkin. If you know, you know for Colorado of Landeskog. Bo Horvat portraits for the Islanders. Encore for Seattle, Joey Decord. Glow Up for New Jersey of Heischer. Hunter Haight, Young Guns for Minnesota. Encore Blue for Seattle of Nikki Coco. Connor Hellebuck Sizzle Reel for Winnipeg. Slaps for Pittsburgh of Carlson. Let Them Cook for Boston of Pasternak. Slaps of Laine for Montreal. A Ryan Yufko, Young Guns for Nashville. Let Them Cook Speckle for Ottawa of Kachuk. Encore for Anaheim of Lacombe. And a Boomtown for Utah of Jack McBain. Canvas of Jacob Chikrin for Washington. Vibing for Seattle, Joey Decord. And a Hunter Brustowicz, Young Guns for Calgary. Florida of Alexander Barkov. Slaps of Zyder for Detroit. Young Guns of Zach Metza for Buffalo. Sizzle Reel Speckle of Nichushkin for Colorado. Encore for Colorado of Nietzschis. Portraits for Vegas of Eichel. Canvas for Columbus of Zach Werenski. Vibing for Ottawa of Linus Ullmark. Young Guns of Indbaum for Vegas. Vibing for St. Louis of Binnington. Glow Up for Washington of Protus. And an Outburst base of Beauvillier for the Caps. Encore of Thomas Chabot for Ottawa. Juraj Slavkovsky Montreal Canvas. Young Guns for Pittsburgh of Harrison Brunicki. Slaps Speckle of Mikko Rantanen for Dallas. Sizzle Reel of Matt Vainishkov for Philly. And a Program of Excellence canvas of Ben Kindle for Pittsburgh. Vibing for Dallas of Ottinger. Glow Up for Columbus, Kent Johnson. Young Guns of Adar Sunyev for Calgary. Dazzlers for Montreal of Patrick Laine. Encore for Edmonton of McDavid. Glow Up for Tampa of Brandon Hagel. Canvas for Seattle of Matty Beniers. Sizzle Reel of Spencer Knight for Chicago. Young Guns of Ben Kindle for Pittsburgh. Sizzle Reel of Robert Thomas for St. Louis. Boomtown for Carolina of Svechnikov. And a fluorescent red for the San Jose Sharks, Michael Misa. Numbered to 250, deluxe base for the Flyers of Ristolainen. Encore for Calgary of Huberdeau. Portraits of Ottinger for Dallas. And an Axel Sandin Palika Young Guns for Detroit. Encore red for Edmonton of Connor McDavid. If you know, you know. Mikko Rantanen for Dallas. And a slaps for Ed Money of Draisaitl. It's a little help, you know. If you know, you know for Winnipeg of Hellebuck. Slaps for Tampa of Hedman. Joel Nystrom, Young Guns for Carolina. Vibing Speckle of Hellebuck for Winnipeg. Encore for Buffalo of Dahlin. Portraits for Edmonton of McDavid. I love that. Canvas for Dallas, Wyatt Johnston. Sizzle Reel, Sebastian Aho for Carolina. Young Guns of Wyatt Emote for Colorado. Let Them Cook for LA of Kopitar. Outburst base for the Rangers of Rempe. And a Boomtown for Colorado of Josh Manson. Encore of Gensel for Tampa. Canvas for Edmonton, McDavid. Young Guns for Edmonton, Isaac Howard. Speckle Portraits of Lucas Raymond for Detroit. Canvas of Nick Paul for Tampa. Vibing for Colorado, Mackenzie Blackwood. Let Them Cook of Rantanen for Dallas. Portraits of Joaquim Kamel for Nashville. Young Guns for Philly of Devin Kaplan. Dazzlers for Tampa of Gensel. Encore of Lafreniere for the Rangers. Boomtown of Martin Pospisil for Calgary. Canvas of Mackenzie Weegar for Calgary. Vibing for Anaheim of Dostal. Young Guns for Vancouver of Braden Coote. We have a Vibing for Nashville of UC Soros, Glow Up for Utah of Dylan Gunther, and a Young Guns Canvas Black and White for the Pittsburgh Penguins, Harrison Brunicki. Oh, funsies. Encore Cam Lund for San Jose, Glow Up of William Eklund for San Jose, Young Guns for Vancouver of Ty Mueller, and a Young Guns Teammates Exclusives number /100, Mark Gatcomb and Matthew Schaefer for the New York Islanders. My camera is just not happy today. Encore Blue of Beckett Seneca for Anaheim, Sizzle Reel of Broberg for the Blues, and a Slaps for Toronto of Matthews. Let Them Cook for Tampa of Kucherov, Slaps for New Jersey of Dougie Hamilton, Young Guns for Carolina of Nikishin, Vibing Speckle for Tampa of Vasilevsky, on Artemi Panarin Encore for the Rangers, Boomtown of Ryan Hartman for the Minnesota Wilds, Canvas for Nashville of Ryan O'Reilly, Vibing for Carolina of Freddie Anderson, Young Guns of Hunter Haight for the Minnesota Wilds, Let Them Cook for Winnipeg of Chef Kyle Connor, Lane Hudson Portraits for Montreal, and a Young Guns Outburst for Utah of Dmitry Simashev. Encore of Tyler Bertuzzi for Chicago, Canvas for Winnipeg of Scheifele, Young Guns of David Thomas-Sick for Edmonton, Slaps Speckle of Sam Dickinson for San Jose, Retired Canvas for Chicago Steve Larmer, Sizzle Reel for Toronto of Matthew Nyes, Vibing for Vegas Aiden Hill, Glow Up for St. Louis Dylan Holloway, Young Guns for the Rangers Noah Laba, Dazzlers for Seattle of Yanni Nyman, Encore of Elias Pettersson for Vancouver, Nikishin Portraits for Carolina, Canvas for Dallas of Tyler Sagan, Sizzle Reel of Merzlikins for Columbus, Young Guns for San Jose of Sam Dickinson, Black and White Canvas, Boone Jenner for Columbus. If you know, you know. For Utah, Dylan Gunther. Portraits of Mark Scheifele for Winnipeg. Encore for Dallas, Rupe Hintz. Glow Up of Dorofeyev for Vegas. Braden Coots, Young Guns for Vancouver. Number /250, Deluxe Base for Ottawa, David Perron. Sizzle Reel of Jacob Chikrin for Washington. And a Slap for St. Louis of Parayko. Let's see what Anna's been working on. All right, we have some encores. We have Sam Renzel for Chicago, Yanni Nyman for Seattle. Blue of Colton Dock for Chicago, Matthew Schaefer for the Islanders, Matvei Mishkov for Philly, Roman Josi for Nashville, Jack Eichel for Vegas, Sean Monahan for Columbus. Steven Stamkos for Nashville. Bo Horvat for the Islanders. Kent Johnson for Columbus. Matthew Wood for Nashville. Zeev Bouillon for Minnesota. Tyler Toffoli for San Jose. Darcy Kemper for LA. Alexander Nikishin for Carolina. Brian Rust for Pittsburgh. Dylan Holloway for the St. Louis Blues. Sizzle Reels, Seth Jarvis for Carolina, Speckle of Gunther for Utah, Leon Draisaitl for Edmonton, Speckle for Tampa of Hagel, Tomas Hertl for Vegas, Sam Reinhart for Florida, Alex DeBrincat for Detroit, Barkov for Florida, Patrick Laine for Montreal, Speckle of Fogle for LA, Jack Hughes for New Jersey, Caulfield for Montreal, Linus Ullmark for Ottawa, Warren Fogle for LA, Speckle of Frank Vetrano for Anaheim, Brandon Hagel for Tampa, Vibing for Philly, Samuel Urson. Glow Up of Marco Kasper for Detroit. Kirill Marchenko for Columbus. Anthony Cirelli for Tampa. Brant Clark for LA. Cole Perfetti for Winnipeg. Matthew Nyes for Toronto. Anthony Stolars for Toronto. Evan Rodriguez is his name, for Florida. Joey Decord for Seattle. Speckle of Seth Jarvis for Carolina. Mason Marchment for Seattle. And Owen Tippett for Philly. I know! I want him there. We've got to get him drawn by Kaylee. Yeah. Alright, portraits. Yvonne Demidov for Montreal. Matthew Schaefer for the Islanders. Sidney Crosby for Pittsburgh. Beckett Seneca for Anaheim. For Chicago, Oliver Moore. Snuggerud Speckle for St. Louis. David Pastrnak for Boston. Sam Dickinson for San Jose. Zeev Bouillon for Minnesota. Brady Martin for Nashville. Dylan Gunther for Utah. Nico Hischier for New Jersey. Nathan McKinnon for Colorado. If you know, you know. That's just the Winnipeg Jets. There's no player. Sam Reinhart for Florida. Lane Hudson for Montreal. Brad Marchand for Buffalo. Kiefer Sherwood for Vancouver. Leon Draisaitl for Edmonton. Let Them Cook by Chef Connor Bedard for Chicago. Connor McDavid for Edmonton. Alex Ovechkin for Washington. Jack Eichel for Vegas. Speckle of Jack Hughes for New Jersey. Leon Draisaitl for Edmonton. Cole Caulfield for Montreal. Jack Hughes for New Jersey. Austin Matthews for Toronto. Boomtown of Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa. Kiefer Sherwood for Vancouver. Arbor Jackeye for Montreal. Tom Wilson for Washington. Kiefer Sherwood Speckle for Vancouver of Boomtown. Radko Gudas for Anaheim. And Matthew Olivier for Columbus. Alright, some young guns for Tampa. Charles Edward Dastus. Kirill Hold on, I can get it. Do it. Kudryavtsev.
It's like
There's a T before the S.
Kudryavtsev.
Kudryavtsev. Got it. Didn't need help at all. Easton Cowan for Toronto. Dmitry Simashev for Utah. Max Shabanov for the Islanders. Kirill Kudryavtsev for Vancouver. Jack Williams for Columbus. Tristan Lennox for the Islanders. Daniil Yurov for Minnesota. Arseny Oritsyuk for New Jersey. Ryan Ufko for Nashville. Axel Sandin Palika for Detroit. Dmitry Simashev for Utah. Zach Metza for Buffalo. Ty Mueller for Vancouver. Michael Brandseg Nygaard for Detroit. Zakhar Badakov for Colorado. John Farinacci for Boston. Michael Misa for San Jose. That one's so easy. For Vegas, we have Carl Lindbaum. We have Charles Alexis Legault for Carolina. Joel Nystrom for Carolina. Harrison Brunicki for Pittsburgh. Marshall Warren for the New York Islanders. Adar Sunyev for Calgary. Hey, it's a mascot of Tusky for Utah. That's cute. Tusky's cute. Ben Kindle for Pittsburgh. Frederick Brunette for Boston. Max Shabanov for the Islanders. The teammates of Schaefer and Gatcomb for the Islanders. Matthew Schaefer for the New York Islanders. Jack Williams for Columbus. Ryan Green for Chicago. Young Guns canvas, Ryan Green for Chicago. And a Young Guns canvas for the Edmonton Oilers, Win Hudson. All right, slaps for Toronto. We have Easton Cowan, Radko Gudas for Anaheim, Axel Sandin-Pellikka for Detroit, Evan Bouchard for Edmonton, JT Miller for the Rangers, Steven Stamkos for Nashville, and a speckle of Steven Stamkos for Nashville. Elias Pettersson for Vancouver, John Carlson for Washington, Cale Makar for Colorado, Tage Thompson for Buffalo, Matthew Schaefer for the Islanders, David Pasternak for Boston, Alex Ovechkin for Washington, Let Them Cook for Ottawa of Brady Tkachuk, Clayton Keller for Utah, Cale Makar for Colorado, black and white canvas for the San Jose Sharks of Macklin Celebrity. Regular canvas of Luke Hughes for New Jersey, Justin Falk for St. Louis, Casey Middlestad for Boston, Kevin Fiala for LA, Anton Lundell for Florida, Adam Fox for the Rangers, Connor Garland for Vancouver. Program of Excellence canvas for the Colorado Avalanche of Nathan McKinnon. Jared Spurgeon for Minnesota, Matthew Tkachuk for Florida, Jake Gensel for Tampa, Jackson Lacombe for Anaheim, Timo Meier for New Jersey, Nathan McKinnon for Colorado, Alex Tuck for Buffalo, Jason Zucker for Buffalo, Cutter Gauthier for Anaheim, Quinn Hughes for Vancouver, Matthew Nyes for Toronto, Joel Farabee for Calgary, and Moritz Seider for Detroit. By B team, that was clearly a typo. He meant A team. Vibing Speckle. We have Shesterkin for the Rangers and a regular one. Connor Hellebuck for Winnipeg, Dustin Wolf for Calgary, Ilya Sorokin for the Islanders, Elvis Merzlikins for Columbus, Charlie Lindgren for Washington, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen for Buffalo, Darcy Kemper for LA, Yaroslav Askarov for San Jose, Sergei Bobrovsky for Florida, Cam Talbot for Detroit, Spencer Knight for Chicago, Jakob Markstrom for New Jersey, Anthony Stolarz for Toronto, Stuart Skinner for Ed Money, Andrei Vasilevsky for Tampa, Glow Up of Byfield for LA, Robert Thomas for St. Louis, Jake Sanderson for Ottawa, Speckle of Ricard Raquel for Pittsburgh, Jake DeBrusk for Vancouver, Stuart Skinner for Edmonton, Speckle of Joey Decord for Seattle, Washington of Connor McMichael, Encore of McKinnon for Colorado, Elias Pettersson for Vancouver, Braden Point for Tampa, Mikhail Sergachev for Utah, Tom Wilson for Washington, Jeremy Swayman for Boston, Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa, Matthew Shane for Dallas, Joel Eriksson Ek for Minnesota, Jake Neighbors for St. Louis, Blue of Verhaeghe for Florida, Luca Cagnoni for San Jose, Portrait Speckle for Tampa, Jake Gensel, Zane Parikh for Calgary, Bobrovsky for Florida, Adrian Kempe for LA, and Sam Rinzel for Chicago. Sizzle Reel for Minnesota, Kirill Kaprizov, Tage Thompson for Buffalo, Valerie Nichushkin for Columbus, Frank Petrano for Anaheim, Dylan Gunther for Arizona, Utah, Philip Broberg, Red for the Blues, Alexi Lafreniere for the Rangers, Tyler Toffoli for the Sharks, Braden Point for Tampa, Jake DeBrusk for Dallas. If you know, you know. Pittsburgh Crosby, just the Columbus Blue Jackets, Speckle for Pittsburgh of Crosby, JT Miller for the Rangers, Slaps for Dallas of Rantanen, Beckett Seneca for Anaheim, Portraits of Snuggerud for St. Louis, Lucas Raymond for Detroit, Jake Gensel for Tampa, Let Them Cook for Colorado of McKinnon, for Vancouver Quinn Hughes, Encore of Nichushkin for Colorado, Stuart Skinner for Edmonton, Carter Mazur for Detroit, Dazzlers of Byfield for LA, Pink of DeBrincat for Detroit, Gabe Perreault for the Rangers, Matt Duchene for Dallas, Joaquin Kamel for Nashville, Dylan Gunther for Utah, Jonathan Huberdeau for Calgary, Ilya Sorokin for the Islanders, and Oliver Moore for Chicago. All Winnipeg, Eric Carlson for Pittsburgh, Alex Vlasic for Chicago, Black and White of Ricard Raquel for Pittsburgh, Barrett Hayton for Utah, Jonathan Quick for the Rangers, Travis Konechny for Philly, Slaps of Dickinson for San Jose, Sizzle Reel for Pittsburgh of Malkin, If You Know You Know for Colorado of Makar, Beckett Seneca Portrait Speckle for Anaheim, Let Them Cook Speckle for Toronto of Matthews, Encore of Leo Carlson for Anaheim, Glow Up of Ricard Raquel for Pittsburgh, Seth Jarvis for Carolina, Vibing of Gustafson for Minnesota, Thatcher Demko for Vancouver, Boomtown for Toronto of Max Domi, Delorier for Philadelphia, Alexiak for Seattle, and Zyder for Detroit. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Young Guns, Emmett Finney for Detroit, Tristan Lennox for the Islanders, Isaac Howard for Edmonton, Dylan Kaplan for Philadelphia, Dominic Fensor for Carolina, Zeev Buyum for Minnesota, Taylor Ward for LA, Colton Ellis for Buffalo, Dominic James for Tampa, Zeev Buyum for Minnesota. The duel between the Islanders and San Jose of Matthew Schaefer and Michael Misa. Matt Vigryden for Calgary, Curtis Douglas for Tampa, Billy O'Tavenin for Seattle, Wyatt Amott for Colorado, Young Guns canvas for Minnesota of Hunter Haight, Braden Coots for the Vancouver Canucks, Young Guns canvas for Carolina, Dominic Fensor. Outburst base of Nick Seeler for Philadelphia, William Borgen for the Rangers, Neil Pionk for Winnipeg, Joel Farabee for Calgary, Adrian Kempe for LA, clear cut base of Kyle McLean for the Islanders, outburst of Alex Killorn for Anaheim, clear cut of Michael Bunting for Nashville. We have an outburst red, number to 25 for the Jets, Neil Pionk. Outburst Young Guns, Zach Metza for Buffalo. Young Guns clear cut for Tampa of Dominic James. Young Guns outburst for Vancouver of Ty Mueller. Fluorescence of Matthew Wood for Nashville, Cam Lund for San Jose, Oliver Moore for Chicago, Population Count 1000, Yanni Nyman for Seattle, Population Count 500, Oliver Moore for Chicago, and Ozzy Weisblatt for Nashville. And a swagnificent Connor Bedard for the Chicago Blackhawks. There is a crease. You can see it right above the N in Connor, the first N. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have one random to do. It is the dual Young Gun between San Jose and the Islanders. It'll be a quick left-right random. 3 times. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. The right side's got it. It will go to San Jose. Do you mind passing me 2 21-22 Allure boxes, please? We will get crushing that Allure break real quick, ladies and gentlemen. But if anybody wants to fill up, we have 2 Series 2 team selects at 7 spots remaining.
You want to throw up the garbage and give me the garbage?
That was a lot of words you just said. Actually, it was not a lot of words. It was one word over and over again.
It was literally one word.
noises, but that's why we love him. Little boy. Alright guys, little series 2 intermission with some Allure. Best of luck folks, 3 times. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
I'm thinking too much.
Oh, you're fine. They're randoming now.
Why not hard in here?
I was gonna start singing, but it would not have been appropriate.
Why?
For the YouTubes.
Oh really? Oh yeah. Okay.
I told Dan to put 71.
I think it's because it's warm outside. Yeah.
I just need blender.
Why?
Because I do for breakfast there.
Yes, that's fine. There's almost 4, right? So. Did you have to grab another one from the back?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, best of luck. Here we go. Starting off CNC Group Break, 24,962. We have the 21-22 Upper Deck Allure 2-box break. We have a black rainbow for the Islanders, Josh Bailey, a blue-purple color flow for Dallas of Heiskanen, and a rookie for Minnesota of Kalen Addison. Orange slice die cut for Detroit of Joe Veleno, rookie for LA of Rasmus Kapari, and a jersey number parallel, number to 199 for Nashville of UC Soros. Red-orange color flow for Chicago, Patrick Kane. Iced out for Washington of Mantha. Rookie for Vancouver of Todd Colton. Red Rainbow. Rookie for the Rangers, Morgan Barron. Orange-yellow color flow for the Rangers of Panarin. And a rookie of Zegras for the Ducks. Black Rainbow for Detroit of Dylan Larkin. Bread baskets for Seattle of Philip Grubauer. Rookie for Arizona of Prospitov. Black Rainbow for Florida, Spencer Knight. Hustle hit, never quit for Calgary of Kachuk. And a rookie for Buffalo of Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. Red-orange color flow for Carolina, Martin Necas. Rookie for Detroit of Zyder. And a full rainbow auto for the San Jose Sharks of Lane Peterson. Red rainbow for Tampa, Andrei Vasilevsky. Control room for Minnesota, Kalen Addison. And a rookie for Calgary of Matthew Phillips. Black rainbow for Calgary of Jakob Markstrom. Rookie for Anaheim of Gruel. And a jersey number parallel number to 199 for Florida of Sam Reinhart. Orange slice die cut for Philly of Wade Allison. Control room for Colorado of Newhook. Rookie for Columbus of Sillinger. Red-orange for New Jersey of Tice Thompson. Quartz for Boston of Swayman. Rookie for the Rangers of Zach Jones. Red rainbow for the Rangers of Lafreniere. Orange-yellow color flow for Ottawa, Brady Tkachuk. Rookie for New Jersey of Tice Thompson. Black rainbow for Tampa, Braden Point. Control room for Colorado of Makar. Rookie for Montreal of Caulfield. Black rainbow for Arizona of Jan Jenik. Bread baskets for Calgary of Markstrom. Rookie for Anaheim, Jamie Drysdale. Red-orange, ooh, that's fun. Red-orange color flow for Calgary of Matthew Phillips. Rookie for Minnesota of Caitlin Addison. And a blue line auto jersey number to 25 for the Sharks, Brent Burns. And last but not least, red rainbow for Chicago of DeBrincat. Quartz for Toronto of Tavares. Rookie for LA, Rasmus Kupari. There we go, ladies and gents. Boys and girls, let's do some more Series 2, shall we? The wonderful news is that the remaining teams are not overly expensive. All of the really big boys have been taken, so we got teams as cheap as $30 for a 12-box case, folks. Oh yeah, they both were San Jose, eh? So who wants to grab a spot and get the ball rolling, folks? We got a lot more Series 2 to get under our belt tonight. We also have the Series 2 box giveaway break. If you want to win yourself a box of Series 2 for just $18, that one's getting close. But I'd like to open some more Series 2, and Anna's going to be jealous of Eric if he gets to open more Series 2 than her. So 2 of the next team selects, folks, are both PRB. If all of them are filled, every single series 2 break is included. Friends, I come bearing gifts. Oh. So I have this giveaway. It is a very, very rare CDD Conference 2026 black box. These are incredibly, incredibly rare, ladies and gentlemen. And I have a special deal for you. If we fill all 4 of the remaining Series 2 team selects, they are all at 10 or less left. It should not be too difficult. All the big teams are taken, so I think it's very doable. If we fill all 4 of those breaks by 4:15, someone in the Series 2 breaks is going to win this box. And all Series 2 breaks will have a chance to win. So if you were in any of the team randoms that already went, you will still get your spots in those breaks will count as well. So we just have to fill those final 4 team selects, ladies and gentlemen. We got 7 left, 7 left, 8 left, and 10 left. So I think it's very, very doable by 4:15. So if anybody wants to step up and grab some spots, let's see if we can get it going. All it takes is a few people to get the ball rolling, folks. CDD black box on the line. All right, it looks like the first one is already down to 6 spots remaining. So who's next, ladies and gentlemen? Let's close these out. Again, there are teams as cheap as $30, folks, for a 12-box case break. So who is next, folks? 6 spots remain in that first one.
What's that? Okay. Awesome. Thanks, man. Cheers. Thank you.
Looking like 5 5 spots remain in that first one. Let's get this one filled up, and then we can get the other ones rocking out and get that CDD box, folks. Just 5 spots remain. Enrique, do you want this or no? Say one more person takes a spot. We're down to 4 left. At that point, it's basically full. Back in just 2 seconds. Folks, who is next? I think once we get the first one under our belts, the rest will follow. We just got to finish these 5 spots. Ottawa is just $30, $35 for Winnipeg, $35 for Columbus. Who is next? We got lots of friends in the room, lots of friends who I assume want to see some more Series 2 go this evening. Looking like 4 left now. looking like 3 left now. All right, we got spots moving to number 2, spots moving to number 4. Remember, if we fill them by 4:15, folks, every single Series 2 spot tonight will have a chance at the CDD black box. But number 1, folks, is at just 3 spots remaining. Who is next, ladies and gents? We're so close. CDD black box on the line. wants to step up, folks? We are so, so, so close.
Have you just throw my box here? Yep. Thank you, sir. Anything else you need here today? No, that's everything. Alrighty. Good luck. You need help with top loaders? So you need just the regular one.
Figuring it out here.
So you need just the regular
I mean,
one.
we know we're going to get this for number 1 going. It's way too close. I think we can get all 4 of these going tonight, but I think we can just zero in on number 1 and get that one polished off. I think it's a good start.
Okay.
Those are thick ones.
Okay.
Those are
I don't want those. Gotcha.
Yeah, so I wanted you, back 100 and color sleeves, so
Okay.
reset them.
Alright.
Maybe 28, 25, please. That's exact.
And then the pizza?
So let's have your receipt, please.
No. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, you too.
Who is going to help us out, folks? We're so close. We have to get it going. Lots of cheap spots available. Again, we have cheap spots as cheap as $30 for a 12-box case break, ladies and gentlemen. We just need a hero. Maybe 2 or 3 heroes. Maybe, spread out amongst the breaks. See if we can't get a few spots going in each of these ones.
How are you today? Yeah, did you do online order, in store? In
lots of friends in the room, folks. I'm not worried about if these breaks are gonna go. It's just a matter of when these breaks are gonna go. At least it's starting to warm up outside. We had to turn on the AC here because it was getting hot in here. But now that I'm not breaking, I'm cold, so do put on a sweater. So I have to get breaking again. It's so cold in here.
You put a sweater on.
I really did. Anna's yelling at Eric about his dentist chair. What happened here, folks? We've all gone so quiet. I need some friends. I do think it's going to pick up a little bit at 5 at our normal start time. But I don't want to wait all the way until 5. We can do the next case at 5. Like the one after the one we're going to get going now. But if anybody does want a little intermission from Series 2, we also have some other breaks really close. 7 left in Ingrained, 7 left in 22-23 Series 1, 8 left in the Tin Break, the Platinum Break, and the Ice Ice Baby Break. This is starting to hurt my ego. Maybe just right. Maybe I am the B team. It's hurtful. Thank you, Ned. I appreciate that. I think we should get more going so I can prove that I am on the A team. I'm just trying to prove myself here, folks. Open you guys the best cards. This is the tough thing about team selects. They take off really quick at the beginning and then they're tougher at the end. Whereas team randoms, sometimes they're a bit slower at the beginning, but once there's like 5, 6, 7 spots left, people are like, I'll throw my hat in the ring. Who wants to throw their hat in the ring? All right, we're 3 spots away from our next case break, folks. 3's not that many. Sorry, I'm not sure if you're asking the room just opinion-wise or us as a store. We're not buying anything at the moment, I don't believe.
I was watching that. So that's what I'm after here.
Seriously?
Series 2, please, yeah.
Did you pre-order anything?
I did not.
How many of those back? How many of those back?
Just one box.
Just one? Yeah. No worries. Anything else that you guys want to say?
I'm just gonna look for a second.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good. Thanks for asking.
How many was it?
That was all.
That's okay. 203
3 spots remain, folks. Who is next?
Would you like a copy of the receipt?
No, I'm okay. Thank you very much. Can I take a... Thank you.
Allure already went. I am going to go ahead and release the Tampa spot, just 'cause it doesn't look like payments coming in, and I don't want us to be disappointed later. And if you didn't see, ladies and gentlemen, we've got another one of those monsters up with the 2 spot giveaways into Group Break 25,000. still got lots of friends in the room, folks. It's just a matter of time here. I'm just going to fill up my water. I will be parched when we do get these going.
Coach Cool. Chocolate face.
All right, folks. I have returned. I have fresh water. I am ready to roll. But what if you did? No, just kidding. That's my sales tactic. What if you considered it? It can be tough. Yeah, I don't disagree. It's always team selects are always good at first because the teams get nabbed up real quick, but then when you get to the end, it's a bit tougher. But, I mean, we're going to get them going. It's just a matter of time here, folks. We got 4 left in the first one. knowing. I am not picky.
If you're submitting to PSA, then you lose. I know, I love it.
No, I think they. We'd have to check with them. I never submitted to PSA, but I think they require them to be on resources or something like that. There you go. Thanks. Oh.
Like I said, I'm sure it'll pick up a bit when 5 o'clock rolls around and it's our normal time. But I would love to get one of these banged out sooner than that. That's too far away. That's boring. It's been pretty good so far. We've got the team selects nice and close. We're trying to push through and get those bad boys going. really hurt. But like I said, guys, we do have the 4 team selects really, really close. If anyone wants to help close those out. But if we want to take an intermission from Series 2 and roll on with some other breaks, we also have 7 left in Ingrained, 7 left in 22-23 Series 1, 8 left in the Tin Break, 8 left in Platinum, and 8 left in Ice. So I would love to get some more Series 2 going, and I'm sure we will this evening. But we also have some other options. Who wants to get the ball rolling? Or if anyone wants to take a stab at winning their own box of Series 2, we have a break for that for those 18 bucks. So how about this, ladies and gentlemen? If we can get those 5 spots filled in Team Select number 1 by 4:50, so just under 20 minutes. If we can get those 5 spots filled, I will give away 5 overtime packs in that break. So 5 overtime packs if we can fill those 5 spots in the next 18 minutes. We got teams as cheap as 30 bucks in there, folks. Let's see if we can't get it going. 5 overtime packs if we can fill it up by 4:50. So if anybody wants to kick the ball rolling on that one, let's get some OT packs. So Team Select number 1, if we can get it filled by 4:50, I will give away 5 overtime packs in that deal. Or in that break, I should say.
Happy belated birthday. How was it?
Thanks. It was good.
Yeah.
How was your Monday? Nice. Was it painful?
Well, they numb it.
Huh?
They numb it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
They didn't give you any laughing gas or nothing?
No. So, he explained that they did, how do you call it? Breathtaking
think if we get one or two moving nice and quickly here, the rest will follow. And then I get to open more Series 2. I love opening Series 2. It's so fun.
I'm switching shifts, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm on days this week. It's killing me. Like, I'm used to going to bed at 4 and waking up at 4 in the morning. And it's just like, it's just a different shift. So it's, everything's been different.
Is it gonna be permanently?
Weekends is gonna be for a while. So it's, right now weekends is huge.
Is it because of that person's job?
No, it's just, I don't know, the supervisor on the shift now is, his son has some sort of autism spectrum, right? So he's always busy with him. His mother just passed away before Christmas, so he's been dealing with a handful. And he's kind of just checked it. He's a great guy, but he's just checked out of his job, and I get it. But it's a mess. So they asked me if I wanted to go. He wants to go to maintenance anyway. He wants to, he's a mechanic by trade. Supervising is not really his strong point. So they asked me if I wanted to go, and I said, listen, boys, I said, it's the weekend, right? You're asking me to go from having Friday, Saturday, Sunday off to working Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I said, it's a big shift that I gotta think about. But I ended up, you know, they sprinkled a little bucks my way and threw a little bit extra, and I said, okay, right, I'll try it. I said, I'll try it for a year, and then hopefully I can get a weekend and get to do things my way. And then I think eventually they want to move me to days anyway, which I'll be fine with that. Same thing, it's Monday to Thursday, 10-hour shifts, daytime. So yeah, so I don't know. There's a lot. The next year is gonna be interesting, challenging, but it's just working with days this week. They're trying to change. It's not bad. So I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
So if anyone wants to step up, guys, like I said, if we can get that one filled in the next 13 minutes, I will give away 5 overtime packs in that break.
Last time I went in there, the girl that was training us, she said, who has a forklift license? I said, I do. And she's like, oh, okay, do you want to do the practical or do you want to stay for the whole program? And I said, I have a choice. Because it's 8 hours, right? And this is like an hour and a half into it. She goes, oh yeah, no, you have a choice. I said, just give me the practical. Right? She goes, okay. So I went out there, I was on the forklift for 2 minutes, and she's like, oh. She goes, you can go, right? Just go. So hopefully I get the same girl. There's 2 instructors. There's this girl and there's this guy. The guy talks. And he's into like magic cards and stuff like that. So the one guy in the course was into magic cards too. And then they're just talking magic talk, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm like, hey dog, like I kinda decided I wanna go home, right? But no, it's gonna be good. It'll be good. Sarah's on board. I get Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. She works Monday to Saturday. So, but she's her own boss, right? Like, if she needs a day off during the week. So, but I didn't know they were giving me this week in transition.
Well, guys, I don't know what to tell ya. I'm hoping we can get these going.
Now I got Sunday, Monday.
I know I would like to.
I got no plans. Yeah, I could, and then I gotta plan for the dogs. Like, a lot of preparation for that, right? Because Lily's still in school, Sarah's working. So if I do something like that, then the dogs will be unattended for pretty much all day. And one of my dogs is a senior, right? So he has to go out religiously. So maybe I'll just come in here every other day.
have this many friends in the room and we're just chilling, not even breaking.
Overseeing everybody, right? And I'm like, come on. So I'm giving it to him, right? I'm just like, no class, no class. London Knights have no class. The box beside me is like all London Knights fans, right? All I see are heads going, oh. I'm like, oh.
That's funny.
But it was a good, I thought the game was amazing.
Yeah, it was a good game, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
So,
pretty good, yeah.
and then my daughter took me for my birthday.
Nice.
And then we got the box seats.
Were you on the end or on the side?
We were at the behind the net.
Okay. Yeah.
So they're just the smaller seats, but it's still a cool experience.
Boxes are so cool, yeah.
So a friend of hers owns it.
Alright.
So he texts me and says, yeah, he goes, whatever you want. I'm not a big drinker. He
Yeah.
goes, whatever you want to drink, he'll just charge it to my box, I'll pay for it, right?
Oh, that's nice.
So I was like, no, I had 3 beers. And I was like, well, there you go.
They're not the ACC pricing at least.
No, I don't know what they are.
They're not that bad, yeah. I might go to they're not that bad.
Yeah.
Compared to Scotiabank, yeah.
And then all you can eat popcorn. So I was just like, yeah, what the hell, right?
Chow down?
Yeah. So I wasn't really going to eat there because we were going out for dinner. And then, but it was good. I mean, good game.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I love going to the Odd.
Yeah.
Because it's just like a good night out. It's good hockey. It's fun watching these boys.
They can turn.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you know, like go to Scotiabank and watch the Leafs, especially now.
Yeah.
You might as well just take your money and give it to a stranger.
Well, I heard on the radio they were saying 3 rows up from the glass was like $111 there.
Really?
Or sorry, for each ticket. So yeah, on the very top was like $70-$80 for a ticket.
No one wants to
They're
go.
not winning, so
Yeah. Well,
they're
that's
not making the playoffs.
Anna's gonna be so sad, guys.
like I knew when they got rid
She
of
loves to help open.
that's the heart and soul of the team.
And Eric got to do more than her. That's just not fair.
There has to be some sort of demographic that says, okay, we get rid of one player, but we gotta get 3 players to replace him. You know, like the guy that made that decision, he should be, you know, they should give him a high stick or something because it's saying right there, right?
They're not a team right now.
They're horrible, horrible. And I'm a diehard fan,
Me too.
right? Like I can't.
I can't cheer for other teams. I'll cheer for a community team or like a playoff.
Yeah, yeah.
Like Leafs are out, but like other if the Leafs are out, you can't.
Yeah.
cheer for someone else.
No, me neither. No, I just stopped watching. Like, and I love watching hockey, right? Like, I love hockey, and since 2016 to 2025, Toronto was a great team to watch for hockey. And then this year, it's like, I don't know.
My wife and I are like, we don't even want to watch the games.
No.
We go, it's just gonna be a terrible game.
Well, at the Ottawa game, me and Sarah, me and my wife were at home. She's like, "Oh, you gonna watch the Leafs tonight?" I said, "Nah, let's watch Stranger Things."
Yeah, we're like, let's watch a new show. Or,
Yeah, I don't want to watch it right now. It's because I get so angry.
Yeah.
You know, I'll be sitting there watching, and I'm just like, oh, I got.
It's just really a waste of time.
Yeah. Anyway. No, so that's what I did. And I went from there. I went home, and we went out to skating. Saw my kids.
All of them?
No, except for
Yeah.
except for my GC girl. I won't see her for a while.
Well, guys, I'm hoping we can get a few more friends around 5 o'clock, but
My one daughter got.
I'll be so sad if we don't get at least teams like number 1 going. It's so close. I mean, they all are really close, but that one especially.
So I said, "What's this?" She goes, "It's a massage gun." I said, "Why'd you give me that?" She goes, "It's scratch."
Hi there.
She goes, "You were in pain." Anyway, I'll let you know what I
Yeah,
got.
yeah,
I'm
goodbye.
sure I'll see you a lot next week, Jen.
Sounds good.
How about reorder for Series C?
Yeah, absolutely. May I just close with your name, please?
Yeah, Sahil, S-A-H-I-L.
And last name?
Mohammed, M-O-H-A-M.
Do you mind if I just grab your driver license, Marvin?
Of course.
All right, we got some movement here. We're down to 4 in that first team select.
And can I get you anything else today?
Don't think
think anymore. If anybody wants to, you know, really power through on those final 4, we can still get the 5 OT packs given away if we fill it in the next 2 minutes.
Oh, Dan, I think we have UPS.
Yeah, it did, yeah. Every time we do.
Okay, Simon, everything okay so far? Not so much. Did you see my football on top there? Yeah, that's fine. I do have some football mystery packs if you want to give it a try. Just over here. Yeah, so sometimes if you go under sales, they're gonna have 7 cards per pack. They're gonna be 1 auto or numbered or mem or a prize. The 2 rookies or inserts and 4 base, and it's like all over the place. For $14 is not bad.
Yeah.
I definitely think we could. 18 bucks a spot with a chance to win a box. Clearly, we have to blame you for. Oh, I made a bad choice. I had a hangnail and I pulled at it. Well, guys, I do think that it might pick up in the next little bit because we normally go on at 5. So I'm not going to give up just yet. But if you are thinking about stepping up for a spot or 2, it might be a good idea to do so and get the ball rolling here. one for tomorrow, absolutely. I have to see how much we have, though. It's been moving very, very well.
You guys need help with step lift?
I think I got the right one.
Okay.
Usually the matches are
180. Jersey 120 patch with the stitch and the normal, right?
yeah, just the jersey.
Just the jersey, I would say 100 to 120.
And it's gonna be
I think we're 25 cents. Tax comes to 12.90.
But like I said, folks, if anybody wants to step up for Aspire 2 in any of the breaks, now would be a great time to do so. I'll probably stay on till at least 5:15, see if our regular time kind of bumps it up here.
They're 6.99. You all set? Start off the tax on day 263.43. There you go.
And if you're just joining us here, folks, we have a Series 2 team select at 4 spots remaining.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. See ya.
I don't have any randoms up at the moment, unfortunately. Just the team selects.
Hello. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Okay.
We had a couple cards we were hoping we could look at, and if there were stuff we could get graded.
Get graded, sure.
Like,
That is good. Hello. How are you? Good, how are you?
is this the pricing for grading?
Yeah.
Okay, so 1 to 10 cards is like 60.
1 to 10.
Yeah.
So per card.
Oh, 60 per card.
Yeah, so for 2 weeks if they turn around. The cheapest one is $90 for 3 months.
For 3 months.
Yeah.
Is that
But like I said, I will stick around till at least 5:15, see how things get going before then.
Sometimes in between is 1 month, it's $30. So when your card comes back like this, then you can
Yeah.
pay that.
Okay, I will have that.
Are you picking up an order or?
No, I was just gonna grab two
Configurational
cards.
Sure.
And then I was also in a group break a while ago, but I didn't see it.
So you need G
But I didn't know if I got any. I
or
tried looking on the YouTube, but I didn't get any.
so it's easier if you have to look on the YouTube. Do you know the group break number? Group break number like 24.
If I looked on my email, I'd be able to find it, don't you? Where's my username?
I can do it. I just want to show you how to. You can search for the video like you want.
Oh, on YouTube? If I just put in the group break number on
No,
YouTube?
not on YouTube. So you have to search in our website. So you search for example, I don't know, 24 123,
Okay.
and then you do this. You put your results.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And then you can see the actual video. So for example, if you took random, you don't know your team, you just scroll all the way down and you will see the random
Oh, it
results.
shows up in the... Okay.
Yeah. Just so you know for the future, but I can
Because I looked, but I was looking on my phone, and I just think that the table didn't load. Like, I have to look on my laptop, maybe?
not necessarily. I don't
So
think
you
so.
want me to update that?
I'll check for you afterwards.
I know for next time, though.
Yeah, just
I had, like, it was a pickup.
Yeah, definitely something we can adjust for next time for sure.
long time ago.
It was, it's probably like 3 weeks ago.
Okay, yeah. What the boxes? Anything else for today?
No.
40680, please. Yeah, and what's your username? Okay, I can start searching.
But like I said, I'm not giving up just yet. If anybody wants to grab any spots, you still got some time. Excuse me, my goodness.
Hello?
And if Series 2 is not your jam, folks, there are a lot of other breaks really close.
I have them all here, so if you would get something, I would have something for you.
Football's fun. I think the ice team select could get going. I think the box giveaway break could get going. But it's up to you, fan folks.
I'll just take. And you have 4 boxes, right?
Yeah.
Do you want a bed?
No, it's okay.
Okay, good luck and have
Perfect.
fun.
Thanks very much.
See ya.
Bye now.
Did you find your cards? How's it going?
Yeah, I already.
Yeah.
Just wanted to pick up some boxes I ordered.
Yeah.
HOAMG.
Was it online?
Yes.
Sorry, say it again.
HOAMG.
Hong?
Yes.
Hong? May I just double check your address and file if it's coming?
302 Misty Crescent.
So I have you for 6 boxes.
No, please.
That's for 8.
Take the case for now. You just call me.
I wish I could do that for you. Yeah, we got some shapers and we got yeah, we got some stuff. Do you want a case or do you want 2 boxes?
Oh, that's fine.
That's fine. Do you want a bag?
Sure.
That's okay.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Have a
Yeah,
good day.
have a good day. Hey guys, I'll be with you just in 1
Yeah.
second.
And it looks like team select number 1 is down to 3 left, folks.
So you doing Pokemon too?
Sorry?
Are you doing Pokemon too? Or just
Well, we sell. I don't really have an extensive knowledge on it. I do some. We're mainly hockey. I would say maybe 8% is hockey.
98%.
Hey Dan,
Yeah.
can you come out here, please? This is probably okay. Yes, this I would do this.
Columbus is gone, which means we have just Ottawa, Tampa, and Winnipeg left.
I'll
Yeah, that's
take
smart.
this
That's
one.
Did you do it online or?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Boss in here?
Drop DRONFIELD.
All right, looking like 2 spots remaining. Tampa Bay is being checked out.
Things are good?
Yeah. After a few boxes. This kid, they brought him because his horseshoe is pretty good. We bought him for his birthday a couple weeks ago. We bought him the Macklin tin,
Alright.
and
Yeah, that's probably some good.
Oh, nice.
so then we went to the show in Toronto there just to see what that was all about. It was pretty good. They actually looked
That big one, right?
It's like a crossover group
Yeah.
and
This one I
stuff
will
like
do,
that.
but it's not
Yeah.
It's
really
nothing to
productive,
get
so
to.
I would just
Like, yeah, don't expect too much, but they actually did a really good job of
yeah, there's
separating
so
the
many
two.
logos.
That's good.
There's a lot more sports than I thought.
Awesome.
But
That's good.
Yeah, they're not
All right, guys, the Sens and the Jets.
I was like, wow. So,
Yeah, so pull everything.
It's my turn, yeah.
3 boxes.
Let's
Yeah.
then otherwise we're
You
gonna
want it?
No, no.
see how
Is
this
it
one
cool if I
ends.
record?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Take your
Alright,
time.
thanks.
Do you want me to cut?
I can look at this one to see if there was to get ready.
They're pretty
or
easy
if I
to
have
do.
to do this.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
not too easy.
Okay.
Or this is the first edition, so I'm back.
All right.
Yeah.
The Jets are being checked out. Who wants Ottawa? Let's close this one out. Oh, thanks so much.
This one, I'll have to do research because I don't really have some of them maybe.
to grab Ottawa so we can get this party restarted.
Somebody has one that you can do that.
It already started many hours ago, but we'll restart it.
Where did you get this from? This one here? Yeah. So it's actually when you're on eBay, you just type the card name. So this is the card name. And then you type the serial number. It's on the bottom. You could take like the name of the set, but you have to know the symbol, which this is here. So then you see all these cards pop up. So you scroll down, and then you search. You search using search. And then you see what it's actually sold for. So last one sold for $13, so I would probably get rid of it. Because you're gonna pay at least $90 for it. So this is what I would do is the rest. So I'll just check a few that I think may be good. Okay. This one I would definitely do.
No. Question. If buying a store from or if I buy a card from your store, can I leave gradient?
This is true.
You can get a gradient card. So you know what gradient is?
Yeah, it puts it in
So no Vegas people, even in their old uniforms. I got it.
On your card.
Yeah.
Such as corners, edges, surface, and
Makes
center.
it like original.
Not necessarily. It depends on the card. There's a lot of different. It just literally assesses the physical parameters of the card.
Okay.
It's not an appraisal. It doesn't give you a value.
I find online on this spot these weird people buying the graded ones.
It is. So
Yeah.
for example, when you
It's
buy
like
a graded
in
card,
auction or something.
yeah, you actually know what you're buying because if there is any damage on the card,
Exactly, like
it
the
may, yeah.
yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
so this Umbreon is like 25, $26.
Which one?
The Umbreon VMAX from Evolving Skies.
Oh. This one?
No, not that one.
Not that one?
Okay, this one I needed to. No, this one you should get graded.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
going through
Oh, okay.
each
I was
one.
like,
I probably
what?
wouldn't.
Last spot mojo, folks. The Ottawa Senators, $30. Yeah, but then we'll get the good card and everyone will be jealous of us. That's not fair. We can't put you guys through that.
Yeah, so
I
some
see.
that I knew that may be good. The rest you're gonna just have to go for it because there's so many sets, right? And each set features limited
Oh,
edition.
that's nice. I appreciate that, Floor.
Oh.
Abby's like, okay, fine. I feel guilted into it.
Can you take a copy by any chance, sir?
Just picking up,
Online order?
yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, no problem.
Let's do this thing.
Whatever goes, I'll do the roll.
I can do it tomorrow. That's fine. Bye.
Yep.
Goodbye. Hold on, I have chapstick.
I have a knife.
That's helpful. I have a bag. Alright, boys and girls, let's do it. Starting off CNC Group Break, 24,939. We have the 2526 Upper Deck Series 2 12 box case break. Oh my gosh, there's a crack. Sounds like my knees. Best of luck, folks. We have a portrait speckle of Mark Scheifele for Winnipeg, sizzle reel for Tampa of Braden Point, and a program of excellence canvas, Easton Cowan. Glow up speckle for Vegas of Dora Fayev, if you know, you know, of Cam Fowler for St. Louis. And a Young Guns canvas of Hunter Haight for the Minnesota Wild. Sizzle reel for Winnipeg, Kyle Connor. Boomtown of Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa. Young Guns of Matt Vigryden for Calgary. If you know, you know, Sam Reinhart for Florida. Outburst face of Steven Lorenz for Toronto. That was kind of creepy. You really can't see his face. He's like blued out. I'm going to show it. It's like his face is blued out. Anyway, continuing on. And a slaps for Vancouver of Elias Pettersson. Encore for Philly of Matvei Mishkov. Canvas of Marcia So for Nashville. Young Guns for Vegas of Lindbaum. Slaps speckle of Colton Parayko. This is a good box. Anyway, for St. Louis. Vibing for Florida of Bobrovsky. And a Young Guns canvas of Braden Coots. I'm just saying, 2 Young Guns canvases and a POE. This is odd. Unusually good, I should say.
That's a god box.
It is. That is for Vancouver. Sizzle reel speckle of Hellebuck for Winnipeg. Encore for Ottawa, Jake Sanderson. Portraits of Demidov for Montreal. Canvas of William Karlsson for Vegas. Vibing of Logan Thompson for Washington. Dual Young Gun between the Islanders and San Jose of Schaefer and Nysa. Black and white canvas for LA of Fiala. Sizzle reel of Dustin Wolf for Calgary. Glow up for Dallas of Thomas Harley. Encore of Matthew Schaefer for the Islanders. Slaps of Parikh for Calgary. And a Young Guns for Minnesota of Zeev Buyam. Let Them Cook speckle for Boston of Pasternak. Encore of Dylan Gunther for Arizona or Utah. And a glow up of Hagel for Tampa. Sizzle reel of McDavid for Edmonton. Glow up of Kent Johnson for Columbus. And a Braden Coots Young Guns for Vancouver. Canvas of Jonathan Quick for the Rangers. If you know, you know, for Winnipeg of Hellebuck. Young Guns of Kudryavtsev.
Kudryavtsev.
Sev. Kudryavtsev. Kudryavtsev. She's very helpful. She's good to have around. Boomtown Speckle of Ryan Hartman for Minnesota. Canvas for Vancouver, Quinn Hughes. Let Them Cook for LA of Kopitar. Vibing for Colorado of Blackwood. Glow Up for Calgary of Coronado. Young Guns for Toronto, Easton Cowan. Vibing Speckle of Joey Decord for Seattle. Kirill Marchenko Encore for Columbus. Portraits of Ryan Leonard for the Washington Capitals. Fluorescence for Nashville of Brady Martin. Sizzle Reel for Carolina of Aho. Boomtown for Colorado of Josh Manson. Encore of Zuccarello for Minnesota. Slaps of Victor Hedman for Tampa. Young Guns for Tampa of Charles Edward Dastos. Number to 250 Deluxe Base for Pittsburgh of Nola Chari. Vibing for Nashville of UC Soros. Portraits for Edmonton of McDavid. Sizzle Reel of Philip Broberg for St. Louis. Glow Up of Dylan Gunther for Utah. Teammates Young Guns of Schaefer and Gatcombe for the Islanders. Dazzlers for Columbus of Sean Monahan. Ryan Green Encore for Chicago. Glow Up for San Jose of Eklund. Canvas for Utah, Barrett Hayton. Let Them Cook for Dallas, Mikko Rantanen. Young Guns for Chicago, Ryan Green. Fun. Vibing for Anaheim of Dostal. Slaps for Toronto of Matthews. And a Young Guns outburst! Sam Dickinson for San Jose. Encore for Ottawa of Dylan Cousins. Canvas of Travis Konechny for Philly. And a Jack Williams Young Guns for Columbus. Box number 3. We have a Vibing for Vancouver of Demko, Portraits for Tampa of Gensel, and a clear-cut Young Guns for Calgary of Adar Sunyev. Encore for Nashville, Matthew Wood. Slaps for Dallas, Mikko Rantanen. Young Guns of Brady Martin for Nashville. If you know, you know. Brad Marchand for Florida. Boomtown for Toronto of Max Domi. And a Portraits Red, number to 199 for Pittsburgh, Sidney Crosby. Sizzle Reel of Tage Thompson for Buffalo. Glow Up for Pittsburgh, Ricard Raquel. Young Guns for Minnesota of Hunter Hayes. Sizzle Reel Speckle, Mark Stone for Vegas. An Encore of Stuart Skinner for Edmonton. Glow Up for Carolina of Seth Jarvis. Canvas of Lundell for Florida. Let Them Cook for Colorado of McKinnon. Young Guns for Carolina of Dominic Fensor. Sizzle Reel for Montreal of Line A. Justin Hole Outburst Base for Detroit. Tage Thompson Slaps for Buffalo. Encore for San Jose of Toffoli. Canvas of Fiala for LA. Young Guns of Wyatt Emote for Colorado. Portrait Speckle of Nikishin for Carolina. Canvas for San Jose of Marlowe. Let Them Cook for Montreal of Caulfield. Sizzle Reel for New Jersey, Jack Hughes. Portraits of Lucas Raymond for Detroit. Isaac Howard, Young Guns for Edmonton. Dazzlers for San Jose of Cam Lund. Kent Johnson Encore for Columbus. Glow Up for Seattle of Joey Decord. Canvas for the Rangers of Adam Fox, Vibing for Toronto of Stolars, and a Young Guns for Carolina of Nystrom. Montreal, Vibing for LA, Darcy Kemper, Kirill Marchenko, Glow Up for Columbus. Encore of Nichushkin for Colorado, Slaps for Nashville of Stamkos, and a Young Guns for Pittsburgh, Ben Kindle. Encore red number /199 for Minnesota, Zeev Buyum, Sizzle Reels of Kirill Kaprizov for Minnesota, and a Seneca portrait for Anaheim. Sizzle Reel of Draisaitl for Edmonton, portraits of Oliver Moore for Chicago, Young Guns of Sandin Pellikka for Detroit. Vibing Speckle for Boston, Jeremy Swayman, Encore for Seattle of Yanni Nyman, Glow Up for Tampa of Anthony Cirelli. Canvas of McDavid for Edmonton, Let Them Cook for Washington of Obi, Young Guns of Suniev for Calgary. Sizzle Reel for Pittsburgh of Malkin, Slaps of Dickinson for San Jose, Outburst Base for the Islanders of McLean. Encore of Carter Mazur for Detroit, Canvas for Dallas Wyatt Johnston, Young Guns of Hunter Brustwich for Calgary. Glow Up Speckle for St. Louis Holloway, Canvas of Mackenzie Weegar for Calgary, Let Them Cook for Vancouver of Hughes. If you know, you know, for Colorado of McCarr, we have a Boomtown of Kiefer Sherwood for Vancouver, and a Young Guns for Boston of Farinacci. Dazzlers for Colorado of Arturi Lehkonen, Encore for Anaheim, Leo Carlson, portraits of Jimmy Snuggerud for St. Louis. Canvas of Nick Paul for Tampa, Vibing for Minnesota of Gustafson, and a Young Guns of Ryan Yufko for Nashville. Alright, let's see what Anna's been working on. Carolina, we have Taylor Hall, Evan Rodriguez for Florida, Tyler Bertuzzi for Chicago, Black and White of Tyler Bertuzzi for Chicago, Black and White of Rodriguez for Florida, Noah Hannafin for Vegas, Dylan Strome for Washington, Morgan Geeky for Boston, Nino Niederreiter for Winnipeg, Kyle Palmieri for the Islanders, Bo Horvat for the Islanders, Cam Talbot for Detroit, Macklin Celebrini for San Jose, Ricard Raquel for Pittsburgh, Boone Jenner for Columbus, Robert Thomas for St. Louis, David Pastrnak, he's holding a puppy. He looks like Sasha, like Penny, for Boston. For the Blue Jackets, Sean Monahan. Program of Excellence canvas. I believe this is for Nashville, Brady Martin. Slaps. We have Cale Makar for Colorado, Matthew Schaefer for the Islanders, Axel Sandin Pellikka for Detroit, Alex Ovechkin for Washington, Pellikka Speckle for Detroit, Zyder for Detroit, Easton Cowan for Toronto, Radko Gudas for Anaheim, Colton Parayko for St. Louis. Beckett Seneca for the Anaheim Ducks, David Pastrnak for Boston, Sizzle Reel of Barkov for Florida, DeBrincat for Detroit, Caulfield for Montreal, Olmark for Ottawa, Sebastian Aho for Carolina, Warren Fogle for LA, Braden Hagel for Tampa, Robert Thomas for St. Louis, Philip Broberg for the Blues, Dylan Gunther for Utah, Matvei Mishkov for Philly, Tyler Toffoli for San Jose, Elvis Merzlikins for Columbus, Alexi Lafreniere for the Rangers, Valerie Nichushkin for Colorado, Frank Vetrano for Anaheim. If you know, you know, Kiefer Sherwood for Vancouver, Leon Draisaitl for Edmonton, Mikko Rantanen for Dallas, one just for the Columbus Blue Jackets, Connor Hellebuck Speckle for Winnipeg, JT Miller for the Rangers, and Sidney Crosby for Pittsburgh.
Is he back for enough tournaments?
I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question. Did Crosby come back from injury? Portraits for Dallas. We have Jake Ottinger, Sam Rinzel Speckle for Chicago, Easton Cowan for Toronto, Brady Martin for Nashville, Dee Bouillon for Minnesota, Sam Rinzel for Chicago, Nico Hischier for New Jersey, Jack Eichel for Vegas, Sergei Bobrovsky for Florida, Zane Parik for Calgary, Adrian Kempe Speckle for LA, regular Adrian Kempe for LA, Mark Scheifele for the Winnipeg Jets. No, he did not.
Oh.
Very sad. Alexander Nikishin for Carolina, Nathan McKinnon for Colorado, Dylan Guenther for Utah, Let Them Cook for Minnesota, Kirill Kaprizov, Speckle of Rantanen for Dallas, David Pastrnak for Boston, Speckle of Kopitar for LA, Leon Draisaitl for Edmonton, Makar for Colorado, Austin Matthews for Toronto, Alexander Barkov for Florida, Clayton Keller for Utah, Brady Tkachuk for the Ottawa Senators. They said at least 4 weeks, a week ago. He'll
Oh,
be out.
wow.
Jack Hughes for the New Jersey Devils. Encore, Charlie McAvoy for Boston, Connor McDavid for Edmonton, Joey Decord for Seattle, Jackson Lacombe for Anaheim, Steven Stamkos for Nashville, Steve Bouillon for Minnesota, Bo Horvat for the Islanders, Sean Monahan for Columbus, a blue of Ryan Green for Chicago, Alexander Nikishin for Carolina, Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa, Brian Rust for Pittsburgh, Dylan Holloway for St. Louis, Jonathan Huberdeau for Calgary, Braden Point for Tampa, Martin Necas for Colorado, Owen Power Blue for Buffalo, Thomas Chabot for Ottawa, Matt Duchene for Dallas, Elias Pettersson for Vancouver, Tom Wilson for Washington, Blue of Zuccarello for Minnesota, Jeremy Swayman for Boston, Mikhail Sergachev for Utah, LA Kings Darcy Kemper, Nathan McKinnon for Colorado, Blue of Dylan Cousins for Ottawa, Elias Pettersson for Vancouver, Glow Up for Tampa, Brandon Hagel, Kent Johnson for Columbus, Anthony Stolars for Toronto, Matthew Guys for Toronto, Evan Rodriguez for Florida, Jake DeBrusk for Vancouver, Stuart Skinner for Edmonton, Speckle of Stuart Skinner for Edmonton, Owen Tippett for Philly, Alexi Protas for Washington, Jake Sanderson for Ottawa, Dylan Holloway for St. Louis, Speckle of Jake DeBrusk for Vancouver, Quinton Byfield for LA, Mason Marchment for Seattle, and Robert Thomas for St. Louis.
I think I got something real cool.
Oh, I like that.
Sizzle, cook, make my dance of food.
Dan dropped a dime and I thought a screw fell out of my chair and I was really self-conscious for a second. Anyway, Vibing Speckle, Mackenzie Blackwood for Colorado, Freddie Anderson for Carolina, Jake Ottinger for Dallas, Joey Decord for Seattle, Jakob Markstrom for New Jersey, Stuart Skinner for Edmonton, Spencer Knight for Chicago, Ilya Sorokin for the Islanders, Samuel Urson for Philly, Linus Ullmark for Ottawa, Jordan Bennington for St. Louis, Elvis Merzlikins for Columbus, Aiden Hill for Vegas, Dustin Wolf for Calgary, Connor Hellebuck for Winnipeg, Andre Vasilevsky for Tampa, UC Soros for Nashville, Igor Shesterkin for the Rangers, Dazzlers, Brady Martin for Nashville, Pink of Yanni Nyman for Seattle, Vincent Trocheck for the Rangers, Mark Stone for Vegas, Connor McDavid for Edmonton, Moritz Seider for Detroit, Austin Matthews for Toronto, Zane Parik for Calgary, Boomtown for Washington, Tom Wilson, Andrei Svechnikov for Carolina, Jack McBain for Utah, Jamie Oleksiak for Seattle Speckle, Radko Gudas for Anaheim, Moritz Seider for Detroit, Delorier for Philly, Ryan Hartman for the Minnesota Wild, Jamie Oleksiak for Seattle, Matthew Olivier for Columbus, Encore Bertuzzi for Chicago, Eichel for Vegas, Rupe Hintz for Dallas, Artemi Panarin for the Rangers, Canvas for Ottawa, Thomas Chabot. For Utah, Dylan Guenther. Matt Boldy for Minnesota. Joey Decord for Seattle. Noah Cates for Philadelphia. Anaheim Ducks, Leo Carlson. Jaden Schwartz for Seattle. Program of Excellence, Black and White Canvas, Donovan Sabrango. Slaps for Washington, John Carlson. Speckle of Radko Gudas for Anaheim. Dougie Hamilton for New Jersey. Leon Draisaitl for Edmonton. Patrick Laine for Montreal. Sizzle Reel of Matthew Nyes for Toronto. Sam Reinhart for Florida. Jacob Chychrun for Washington. Connor McDavid for Edmonton. Spencer Knight for Florida. Connor Hellebuck for Winnipeg. If you know, you know. Lane Hudson for Montreal. Dylan Guenther for Utah. And Gabriel Landeskog for Colorado. One more pack. One more pack. Okay. If you know, you know Speckle. Gabriel Landeskog for Colorado. If you know, you know for the Winnipeg Jets. Dazzlers of Braden Coots for Vancouver. Portraits of Matthew Schaefer for the Islanders. Joaquin Kamel for Nashville. Sidney Crosby for Pittsburgh. David Pastrnak for Boston. Sam Dickinson for the San Jose Sharks. Lane Hudson for Montreal. Let Them Cook of Connor Bedard for Chicago. Connor McDavid for Edmonton. Kyle Connor for Winnipeg. A lot of Connor. Nikita Kucherov for Tampa. Sizzle Reel of Seth Jarvis for Carolina. And Jason Robertson for Dallas. That's fun. All right, Boomtown! Martin Pospisil for Calgary, Glow Up for Washington of McMichael, and Marco Casper for Detroit, Cole Perfetti for Winnipeg, Brant Clark for LA, Vibing for Buffalo, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, Charlie Lindgren for Washington, Encore of Olivier Rodrigue for Edmonton, Owen Power for Buffalo, Pierre-Luc Dubois for Washington, Patrick Laine for Montreal, Seth Jarvis for Carolina, Slaps of JT Miller for the Rangers, Patrick Laine for Montreal, Evan Bouchard for Edmonton, Juraj Slavkovsky canvas for Montreal, Matty Beniers for Seattle, and Zach Werenski for Columbus. All right, Young Guns. We have for the Boston Bruins, Frederick Brunette, Max Shabanov for the Islanders, Matthew Schaefer for the Islanders, Sam Dickinson for the San Jose Sharks, Taylor Ward for the LA Kings, Colton Ellis for the Buffalo Sabres, Dominic James for the Tampa Bay Lightning, Dmitry Simashev for Utah, Max Shabanov for the Islanders, Jack Williams for Columbus, Tusky for Utah, Arseny Gritsyuk for New Jersey, Alexander Nikishin for Carolina, Ty Mueller for Vancouver, Axel Sandin Palika for Detroit, Daniil Yurov for Minnesota, Ryan Yufko for Nashville, Dmitry Simachev for Utah, Zach Metza for Buffalo, Tristan Lennox for the New York Islanders, Devin Kaplan for the Philadelphia Flyers, Ty Mueller for Vancouver, Danila Yurov for Minnesota, Krudyavtsev for Vancouver, Braden Coots for Vancouver, Michael Misa for San Jose, Charles Alexis Legault for Carolina, Curtis Douglas for Tampa, Sam Dickinson for San Jose, Frederick Brunette for Boston, Matvei Gryden for Calgary, Hunter Brustowicz for Calgary, Colton Ellis for Buffalo, Noah Laba for the Rangers, Brady Martin for Nashville, the duel! Now you each get one. Ville Otavainen for Seattle, Marshall Warren for the Islanders, Ryan Green for Chicago, Dominic James for Tampa, David Tomasek for Edmonton, Emmett Finney for Detroit, Easton Cowan for Toronto, the dual teammate of Gatcomb and Schaefer, Tyler Ward for the LA Kings, Michael Brandseg-Nygaard for Detroit, Tampa Bay of Charles Edward Dastos, Zakhar Bardakov for Colorado, Matthew Schaefer again for the Islanders. Ooh, fun. Young Guns Canvas Duel, a random between Chicago and Montreal of Artem Levshinov and Ivan Demidov. Young Guns Canvas for Nashville of Ryan Yufko. Young Guns Canvas for New Jersey of Arseny Gritsyuk. And a Young Guns Canvas for Edmonton of Quinn Hudson. Luca Cagnoni for San Jose, Skylar Brindamore for Carolina, Justin Robidas for Carolina, clear cut base of Colton Parayko for St. Louis, Roman Yossi for Nashville, Caden Gooley for Montreal, number to 250 deluxe base for Anaheim of Frank Vetrano, number to 250 deluxe of Clayton Keller for Utah, number to 100 exclusives of Brant Clark for the LA Kings, Outburst base of Yanni Gord for Tampa, Charlie Lindgren for Washington, Lucas Raymond for Detroit, Zach Bogosian for Minnesota, Nick Cousins for Ottawa, Joel Hoffer for St. Louis, and Niels Amon for Vancouver. Population count 500, Matthew Wood for Nashville, Miro Heiskanen for Dallas. Young Guns Outburst for Detroit, Brandzeg Nygaard. And we have a Young Guns Retro Outburst for the New York Islanders, John Tavares. Or the Young Guns Renewed Outburst, I should say. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. I have one random to do. Be a quick left-right for that canvas. Three times. 1, 2, 3. The left side's got it, which is Chicago. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what do we think? I think we should keep the party going. We got 7 left in the next team select, 12 left in that box giveaway break, 8 left in the tin break, 8 left in Ice Ice Baby, 7 left in Ingrained. What do we think, folks? Oh, it was retro. I said it right the first time. 1 in 2880. That's awesome.
The Tavares?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Is this a good thing?
I think so. You're pretty empty on the shelf today.
Not really. So what we did, we rearranged the shelves. So now each shelf is its own product. And we're trying to bring in
OPG is on the move.
like older stuff. We did this one here. You can see some 1920s, some 1660s, 1670s. Yes, we're just bringing in more stuff.
Makes sense. Yeah. So no Schaefer, just me still.
Oh, still good.
Yeah, yeah. And cat.
And that's very good.
I usually never pull these, so that's always good.
$7.93.
OPG's in the single digits now.
Too bad I couldn't buy another box at pre-sale price.
Yeah. Yeah.
It jumped quite a bit.
Yeah, that's what happens with merchants sometimes.
that to me. I'm actually gonna work on that. I will. That's a good idea. We will get that up, assuming we still have Boston. But I will work on getting that one done. I can see Boston on the shelves. We do still have it. Observant of you, Floor. I do think that might be our last one, though. I think Jeff also said that. Oh, yeah, there's a sticker on it. It says last one. All right, folks. I see a bunch of breaks we could get going, but it's up to you guys. Again, we have 7 left in the next Series 2 Team Select. It looks like Diamond, CNC Diamond is on the move. I love to see that.
They're coming up later. Let me just double check for you. I may just sold out.
All right, I think we can get that Infinity Diamond going, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody wants to pick up a spot there.
So Series 2 blasters. Hello. Cancer blasters of course have sold out. Should be March 18th.
Okay, so do you know roughly like what the launch is at? Not much, right?
If we sold out our allocation, it may be not the same price as that.
Yeah, yeah, makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sia.
Oh, the Young Gun shirt. We got that at the expo. So I don't know if they still have them available or not. Because we got that many, many moons ago.
Don't call my shirt old.
So old.
Okay, I'm gonna go with
Alright, I moved that one up the page here, guys. At the very top now. I think we can definitely get that one going tonight.
Very nice. You can have
alright.
I don't want to rush you guys because I'm closing in 4 minutes.
How much are those cards?
16.
I like that whenever it slows down, Abby, or Flor just yells at Abby.
Keep it there. Telling you right now though, I'm not bringing it here ever again.
Sure.
No worries. That's fine. Did you guys find everything you were looking for today?
Yeah.
It's gonna be 79 cents. There you go.
Thank you.
No worries. Would you like a copy receipt today at all?
No thanks.
And you're all set. Good luck. Thanks, Dave. See ya.
This is a smart way to do it. catches her attention. That's so funny. All right, but I'll be back in 1 second, folks. I'm just gonna grab that box because I'm hoping we get it going. Oh, broke the table. Hi, baby. I know. The Diamond Infinity. That one is super close. Just 5 spots remaining. I've lurfed. Crudy's calmed down a little bit. He doesn't like when people try to come in after closing.
In the
Yeah. Top drawer of my desk or bottom drawer of my desk on the left? Yeah, sure. Beautiful. So 3 left in that break, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, Mikhail, you've seen everything. Come on, baby. I haven't eaten in hours.
Come on, Ab. We gotta go home too. I really? We gotta go home too. Come on. I'm starving.
Yeah, I know. Like I know. No pizza. No. We're gonna go home and we're gonna make dinner.
Let's go upstairs. I really?
We've talked about this, baby.
I don't know where we talked about it.
Just the other day. Okay, say bye to Abby.
Hi, Goose.
Through this door?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, leave it.
No, that's it.
Goosey goes.
We'll get our stuff. We're really trusted. So you gotta get your butter on. Come on. Okay, good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, who is next? Let's close it out here. 3 spots remain.
This is my menu where I understand.
Wow.
No more treats. Those were good.
No, just dessert. You ordered.
So any other takers here, ladies and gentlemen? we want to get going. We are so close on this diamond break, folks. I think we should be able to get it going tonight, but I will give it about 10 more minutes. Sorry. So like I said, guys, 10 more minutes. If anybody wants to grab a spot or two, help fill up another break. Otherwise, hopefully we'll have a nice, bright, and early start tomorrow. And then hopefully tomorrow we can bang out those 3 Series 2 team selects. They all have squeakies. That one might have a different one though. So we're getting close to the last call here, folks. If you're thinking about stepping up, now's the time to do so. tomorrow night at 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time.